This is a very peculiar commentary position I'm in right now because it's not a commentary box. It's a swimming pool here at the Sarno circuit in the south of Italy. It's very hot. We're here for the FIA Karting European Championships. Let's go over to me in the commentary box because right now it's time to start what is going to be a fantastic weekend of racing. Sangria, please. Thanks once again to pass me. You know what? You want to know where greatness begins? Right here. Before they conquered Spa, Silverstone and Suzuka, they took on Sarno. Ayrton Senna gliding through the corners here with the same grace he brought to Monaco. Max Verstappen fearless, even as a kid, throwing his card into every apex like you already knew. He was born to be a champion. Lewis Hamilton, Sebastian Vettel, Charles Leclerc, all with history written in the rubber they left behind on this very track. It is tight, it is technical, it punishes hesitation and rewards bravery as it plays host to round 2 of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championship here at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli, year of opening 1993. Event record set by Matthias Bergel earlier on in this weekend in time qualifying with a 57.791. No one has been able to get close to that time since it was set in TQ. From now on, though, we will see some dramatically close racing as those KZ2s will be out for their super heats. But let's dive in very quickly to the circuit itself. 1,670 meters, it's 180 meters down the start-finish straight, 205 meters down the back straight in towards turn number 5. It's about 9 to 10 meters wide. No elevation change. It's a flat circuit here in the south of Italy. But that brings us on to the turns as well because there are many of them. 9 in total, 6 to the right, 3 to the left, plus 4 hairpins out there. Each and every one of those corners provides their own unique challenges, but we do see the overtaking opportunities through turns 2, turns 5, turn 7 and turn 9. Basically, all of those hairpins out there provide those ample overtaking opportunities. Top speeds, however, they're the ones we're going to be keeping an eye on. They reach those in 2 separate places, topping out at around 150 kilometers an hour into the braking zone of turn number 5, and then in towards the flat-out turn number 1. They average around 104 kilometers an hour around the lap, meaning it is a fast and demanding circuit for our drivers this weekend. And once more for the field, it is another absolutely scorching hot day. Nicole Sutherland and myself, Anthony Jordan, in the commentary box. We are ready to go racing. Like to say, relatively calm start to the morning, though. 2 super heats of KZ2. Then we go into the lunch break straight away, and then we've got 3 finals that we will be very much looking forward to. Well, you say calm, but from what we've seen from our KZ2s in heats yesterday, I actually think the action is going to be a little bit different from that. These drivers out there are dealing with those temperatures, like you said, and dealing with the pressure, dealing with the hunger of the other competitors around them. We'll start off then with the KZ2 Super Heat A. 12 laps, 20 kilometres round the Sarno circuit. It's going to be a thrill fest, Anthony Jordan. It certainly will be, and it all is going to start with one young man, Maxim Orlov, who qualified 4th overall going into this weekend, but certainly delivered the good results, has been unbeaten so far. 3 wins out of 3, seems absolutely unstoppable from the rest of the field, but he will have the pole sitter from qualifying starting right alongside him. Colin Rousseau might have the chance to pip him to the line here, but we are about to find out. We caught up, though, with Maxim Orlov after those qualifying heats. Here's what he had to say.
Maxim, you've just done exactly what Matthias Bergel did. You've replicated the result, a clean sweep so far this weekend, adding to your tally of wins in 2025. Tell us, Maxim, how are you pulling this off?
Yeah, it feels good. We managed to win every hit. Yeah, a bit unlucky was in the quali because I don't have any extra lap. So that's why probably I was P2 in quali. But yeah, in hits we show everybody our pace is so strong. Yeah. So yeah, I'm so happy about our result with the team. So yeah, thanks.
And Maxim, tell me about the circuit. It looks like a bumpy one. It's fast. Can you tell me how you approach it to really make sure that when you're in the lead, you don't sacrifice any pace, you don't make any mistakes?
But actually, I don't know. Like before the racing, we have a lot of training, a lot of sessions, a lot of preparation. So yeah, we circulating the laps, and yeah, in the race we show the maximum of our pace, and yeah, that's all I think.
And although you've been as quick as you have been throughout the whole weekend and throughout the whole season, going into Super Heats tomorrow, are you going to change anything at all, or are you going to be consistent and do exactly what you have been?
Actually, no, we will do the same like in the Heats. Yeah, strong start and yeah, finish P1. I hope so. Yeah, let's see how it will be.
Well, good to catch up there with Maxim Orlov as he continues, hopefully, his winning streak over the course of this weekend as he makes his way out onto the track with the rest of the 28-car field in this KZ2 Super Heat A. Let's take you through that starting lineup then. It's Maxim Orlov and Corentin Rousseau on the front row of the grid. They'll be joined by Kasper Schulman and Medic Skrivan on row 2. Samuel Uye and Eli Goldstein go from row 3. They'll have Dion van Verven, who has gone slightly backwards in the order. He'll be starting alongside Jaden Dean in row number 4. Paavo Tiontieri and Anatoly Kavalkin go from row number 5. They'll have Alejandro Leos and Tigran Banatian on row 6. Jay Owen from New Zealand will be starting alongside Kian Fardin on row number 7.
Row number 8, and drivers that are going to be fighting hard for points include Alessio Piccini and Hugo Besson. From 9, we have the only Brit on the grid of Jensen Graham with Menny Hurt-Krozza, and from 10 is Jesper Schauberg with Cedric Malk. 11 includes Eric Müller with Emmanuel Mai, and from 12 is Kimi Tani versus Ruven Vilk. 13 is Alessandro Zalocco with Achille Mizzoni, and rounding out your 14-row grid of 28 karts is Edoardo Mormorelli for Italy and Eric Vess for Germany.
Well, for all these drivers, the job is simple. Try your best to get through into those top 9 positions, because remember, we've got drivers in these sessions that will not be making it into that final later on today. They are in the danger zone from row 9 onwards. There is a live view of race control. FIA head of race control, Chris Lambret in the middle, joined by Joanna Falcao in the foreground. David Manchester in the background to keep an eye on all of the cameras out on circuit, plus within Parc Ferme as well. Drivers will not be able to get away with anything, so they must be, Nicole, on their very best behaviour over the course of these next few races today.
Absolutely. Some of those drivers out there then probably are going to be trying to get their elbows out, but they can't be too mean, keeping that driving clean out there, because like you just said, our team will be watching these drivers, but expect a showdown as these drivers within this KZ2 Super Heat A grid have probably got one mission on their mind. Is to take down the king of KZ2 for 2025, Maxim Orlov. He's been untouchable, he's not been stopped, but I think within this race, some drivers might have the chance, especially Corentin Rousseau, who'll be starting alongside Orlov on that front row. For Corentin so far this weekend, he's not dropped out of the top 5, had 2 seconds and a 4th of qualifying heat, so more than capable. But also, keep an eye on Eli Goldstein. Had a DNF, but despite that, earlier on in the weekend, still starts on your 3rd row.
Yeah, indeed. Rosa Santulli there on the grid with the red flag. Clerk of the course this weekend, stopping the field on the grid. And certainly for these drivers, you saw them very briefly, the temperature. I mean, we're 10:30 in the morning. We're already over 30 degrees. It is a very, very warm day to go racing. And the other crucial thing is that today the wind has died down quite dramatically. So it means it's stagnant air a little bit. The heat is literally just raising from the tarmac, from the engines, from the tires, from the brakes. And it's going to be an absolute scorcher today, not only for the drivers, but for everyone out there, of course. The hard-working marshals and officials out there. We saw briefly Pasquale Lupoli as well, who's on the gantry. He'll be ready to start the procedure. He'll be joined by Nigel Edwards, the Deputy Race Director this weekend, out onto the circuit. Of course, Rosa there as well, the clerk of the course, keeping a close eye on proceedings as well at the sharp end of the field. Back of the grid, just pulling into formation. You can see the grandstands that surround the circuit already filling with spectators lined up ready to witness some of the best gearbox racing from around the world here at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli in Sarno. It is time to go racing in 2025. It's halfway through the season with 1 round to go in Germany at Mulsanne, but right now it's KZ2. It is the Super Heat as the lights procedure gets underway. Lights are... It's a long way out now, and it's a good start for the front row, and it's crucially another excellent start for Maxim Orlov. He breaks away at the front. One car has not got away well at all. It's one of the Charles Leclerc cars that is grounded to a halt at turn number 1, but the rest of the field has got going, and it's a beautiful start still for Orlov. And for Corentin Rousseau, he will have to settle for second place. I can see it is the 41 that's going no further. That is Jensen Graham, unfortunately, the only Briton on the grid. Had stumbled at the very start of the race and will go no further in this Super Heat. And for where he was starting, right on the cutoff, I don't think he'll be making the final.
Heartbreak for the Brits, the driver that's probably one of the youngest joining us this weekend, but out there it's a symphony of precision and speed for our race leader of Maxim Orlov. Once again bolts off the line early on and leads out of this first lap of things through that newer part of the circuit as your race leader. Rousseau there sat there in second position, no change between him, between Schurmans. Scrivan sits there as well, actually in your top 7. Nobody has changed for position just yet as attempts do go on into turn number 2, but that on your screen is a battle between Schurmans and Scriven for that 4th place. Intermediate classification so far as we look towards the finals later on. Orlov, of course, is your leader with 240 points. That's miles ahead of the rest of your field, the likes of Rousseau and Schurmans. Schurmans now on your screen going defensive into turn number 5. That is a hot spot here at the Sarno circuit. These drivers really can get the car stopped abruptly and go for those more ambitious and brave overtakes. Schurmans once more trying to tighten things up and defend for that 3rd position. Of course, did have a really good result at Valencia, finished on the podium in the final, but it was taken away after a penalty. So he'll be fighting hard out there as he heads out of the final corner and over that bump that leads on to the start-finish straight. Bumpy circuit here, Anthony. It doesn't look it maybe by the screen as we've got drama going down the start-finish straight in the background. A load of dust has been kicked up. I'm not sure if we've actually lost somebody, if somebody just ran too wide over the rumble
I can tell you exactly who it was. It was Emmanuel Mai who went off the circuit. He rejoined right in front of his Mach 1 teammate, Eric Mueller, and the two of them went absolutely wheel-to-wheel over the start-finish straight, but crucially, they're both still in the race, and they're both absolutely fine. Eyes on this one, though, as they head down in towards turn number 5, and it's still a huge moment here as Eli Goldstein goes wheel-to-wheel there with Samuel Luyet. Luyet throws his hands up in protest, and now Dion van Verven has split the two of them apart. So now Goldstein is under immense pressure from Jaden team just behind Anatoly Kavalkin's there as well. Pavo Tonteri, Tigran and Banatian all trying to get involved in this scrap, which starts with Goldstein trying to hold off the entire field of cars just behind him. Back out of that final chicane and back onto the start-finish straight they go. It is still Orlov that leads the way and still no change within that top 5. But Dion van Verven's on the chargers. Look at this now. Scrivan all over the back of Schurmans trying to go the long way round. It was not going to happen. And Schurmans once again will have to reconvene and think, where does he want to do it next? You can see the marbles that have built up on the apexes there of turns 2 and 3. There's big patches of rubber where the drivers try to grab it as much as they can to really throw them around the corner. But so far, it is not benefiting them too much with trying to get an overtake down the inside. For right now, though, Scrivan will have to just think where he'd like to do it next. But each and every attempt he tries here, Nicole, he's going to lose out on time. But crucially, he's okay because Samuel Luyet is under pressure from Dion van Verven. So Luyet won't be piling on the pressure too much. He's more concerned about what's going on behind him right now than more dealing with what's going on in front of him. Wheel-to-wheel in the background there. That's Pavo Tonteri trying to pull out of the slipstream of Anatoly Kavalkin, but slots back into place and holds on to their position.
We were saying previously, it's really, as we've got a battle and almost attempts by Dion van Verven there, but has to let it go. we were saying previously, it's really deceiving, the circuit. It's so bumpy for these drivers out there. They've not only got to think about the driver behind and in front, they have to think about that acceleration phase, the braking, the abrupt braking, and dealing with those bumps out there on the circuit, being excellently demonstrated by Van Verven as he changes down the gears, handles the kart one-handed, and manages to defend from the drivers behind. Van Verven, let's not forget, hasn't been able to keep himself out of trouble so far this weekend, has had multiple penalties for starting infringements, for causing collisions, but he's out there now breaking into your top 5, and we'll be thinking about Scriven very shortly, who is now really all over the back of Schurman's once more as they head into turn number 1. Nothing attempted, still sat in his shadow. We've got battles going on further in the field. That's one of the IPKs getting all involved, and Anatoly Kavalkin is having a busy race so far as well. Fastest driver out there on the circuit, though, is your driver that's wearing that gold crown so far this season. Maxim Orlov sets a 58.330 in clean air out at the front of the field. Now, Eli Goldstein is having to fight for position. He's thinking about Luye, sat there in 6th ahead of him. Luye now sitting on that more defensive line as they go through turn number 5. Dion Van Verven has caught up now. Let's see a replay for Luye then. Looks over his shoulder, does communicate to the drivers behind going to 5. Actually, waves Van Verven through, I'd say.
Yeah, interesting one there. And then, of course, I think Goldstein was trying to get through as well on that. And, well, yeah, that's quite an interesting one. Right, so back onto lap number 6 of this 12-lap race. We are halfway through it. They'll be going on to lap 7 now. And still, you're seeing the likes here of Paviton Terry trying to battle away with Anatoly Kavalkin, as unfortunately pulling into Park Fermin out of the race is Eric Vess. He will go no further in this race, and that is a huge shame for him. Where did Eric Vess start? On the back of the grid. He will not be making the final there. That is a big shame. Eyes on this one, though. Dion Van Verven has closed in, and the battle for 3rd place very much on, as he's closed right onto that rear bumper of Medek Skrivan and Schurmans. So this is 3rd, 4th and 5th place on your screens. And Dion Van Verven has shown some incredible pace so far this weekend, albeit sometimes he has had those dramas. Remember, he had that jump start yesterday in those qualifying heats. Today, though, is that brand new day, and he is focusing on getting those good results. And right now, he's looking like possibly maybe the 2nd strongest driver on the grid right now, bar Maxim Orlov, who, like we said, has been undefeated so far. Kimi Tani, though, on your screen is looking like the biggest mover, as down the inside goes Dion Van Verven. That is a tidy little overtake there. Just squeezed his nose down the inside on the first apex at turn number 2. And now Dion Van Verven gets up into 4th place. Van
Verven then just perfecting that throttle off braking into turn number 2. Like you just said, Anthony really did stop the kart abruptly, as he'll do once more into turn number 5 when they meet that inner part of the bend. Through this bumpy sequence of turns that lead through turn 6, 7 and 8. And this is the stage in the lap for these drivers where they really are in that acceleration phase, having to do things one-handed, but also having to juggle the challenges from behind and in front, which now Schurmans is going to have to do, because he's got Dion Van Verven absolutely knocking on his door as they head out of the final corner and down the start-finish straight. Van Verven pulls out, then goes down the inside at turn number 1, uses the grip that's available to him on the circuit, tightens things up into turn number 2, demonstrating excellent racecraft, needling that thread through the field, absolutely calm, cool and collected.
It's a big bump through turn 1, isn't it? Just that tighter inside line, and it looked like that back end was going to step out too much and maybe into his teammate, but thankfully that did not happen. And look at the speed he's got already, absolutely disappeared from the rest. Schurmans now is holding off an incredible train of drivers in the form of Skrivan, Luye, Teen, Goldstein, Tonteri there, Pacini's there as well, as Samuel Luye is under pressure from Jaden Teen, who sends it down the inside. Beautifully done, and that's another one of the CPB Sport drivers breaking through. And every time a driver goes through, you're always seeing the gesticulation from Samuel Luye. He's never happy about someone getting past, always keeps throwing a hand up, but in that meantime, he then loses focus of what's going on behind him, because now he's got to deal with Eli Goldstein once again, who was closed back in, the same as Paavo Tonteri. Tonteri's been the one that's impressed me. He's been really pushing through the field in this one, but he has been having to defend from the likes of Pacini and Kimi Tani just behind as well. So it's all still kicking off there. Skrivan, though, back on that rear bumper of Schurman's. He's not over yet. He still wants this fight as Schurman's goes defensive into turn 5.
Schurmans and Skrivan have seen a lot of each other through this race, and they were broken up momentarily by Dion van Werven, but they fight each other bumper to bumper once more through turn 6 and 7. Schurman's still deciding to take that more defensive line as they head out towards turn number 9. Doesn't want to drop any of that pace, but hops slightly on the entry to turn 9 through this sequence of corners, the newer piece of tarmac on the circuit, and back down the start-finish straight once more. This is where we saw previously Dion van Werven overtake into turn number 1 on Schurman's, but Skrivan thinks against it. Turn number 2, that tighter line meets that new bit of tarmac where all of that rubber really has formed a bit of a cowpat out there on the circuit. The drivers really having to fight hard to avoid that. We haven't spoken about him too much, but I think we need to now, because your race leader, your fastest driver out there on the circuit, Maxim Orlov, 2.6 seconds clear, but the battle is on now for that 3rd position.
It certainly is. I just haven't got a solution for these drivers here. For Maxim Orlov, he has just continued to break away and show incredible pace over the course of this weekend. He's had no drama from the rest of the field. He did struggle a little bit in qualifying, but they changed something up from there, and look at that, he knows it. He's saying, yes, this is all going well. This is exactly what we need, because he is looking to gain another 25 championship points at the end of this one to add to his already impressive tally and his maximum point score. He scored 100 points in Valencia. He's going to have now another 50 points added to that tally going into the final later on today in KZ2. Absolutely unstoppable. Corentin Rousseau as well. We've not said much about him. He's had a calm race in 2nd place, but this one here is where it's all kicking off. Dion van Werven's broken away, but this is 4th place. Schurman, Skrivan and Jane Teen are line astern right now, and Jane Teen would like to join his teammate up ahead of Skrivan. He'd like to get out of this IPK CPB sandwich, but he's running out of time to do so as the front of the field heads to the checkered flag. It's Maxim Orlov with maximum points heading to the final, but the battle for 4th still rages to the line. It will be no changes though. It's Orlov who wins. Corentin Rousseau in 2nd place. I think, there's been drama on the start-finish straight as well. And I can see Kartsov into the barriers right on the start-finish line. And there you can see it. My goodness, I think Kimi Tani's there. Eric Mueller, maybe Cedric Malk also involved in that moment. I think that's Zalocco as well, who's just pulled his kart over the line. But that is a big moment there on the start-finish line, seemingly all unaware. Orlov, Corentin Rousseau, Dion van Werven take 1, 2, 3 in that one. And for Maxim Orlov, the job now very much is simple. Stay cool, calm, collected for that final later on today and come away with maximum points as they head to the final round in Germany at the Mulsanne circuit. So we look forward to that one, but don't go anywhere. Plenty more races coming up. There, though, is your classification at the end of that one. Orlov from Rousseau, Van Werven from Schurman, Skrivan from Tyne, Goldstein from Luye, Pacini from Kavalkin, who rounds out the top 10. Tirko Venatian finishes in P11 ahead of Jay Irwin. Kian Fardin from Pavo Tontieri, Alejandro Leons from Benihar Krosner, Jesper Schoiberg from Hugo Besson, Eric Mueller from Emmanuel Mai, Ruben Vilk from Kili Mazzoni, and Alessandro Zalocco will round out the 23 finishers in that race. Drama right at the end. Kimi Tani, Cedric Mals, Eric Vess, Eduardo Mormorelli, and Jensen Graham right at the start of that one, unfortunately, do not make the cuts, and I don't think we'll be making that final later on today. That is a huge shame for them, but the season is not over, of course. They'll have another attempt when they head to Germany at that Mulsanne circuit. There you can see the karts getting dragged out of the way. There is Kimi Tani's machine as well. The Mach 1 machine as well getting dragged out of the way. I think that might be Ruben Vilk and his machine getting dragged away. Maybe even Emmanuel Mai. He had dramas on that start straight earlier on as well. Now this is that incident on that last lap. What happened? So, okay, we've got karts already going wide. Right, there goes the Mach 1 off the circuit. So that is the 356, or 358, I think that might have been. Yeah, that's Eric Mueller in the 358, going straight off the circuit. Too much pace. Wow, he was lucky not to collect another one of those carts out there, but there was plenty more dust, and I've got to say, drivers fully committed there through the dust out of that final chicane to get to that checkered flag. Brilliant show from them. There's another angle of it. Wow, my goodness. That is a scary, scary moment there for Eric Mueller. Thankfully, though, I think he did go over the line. Well, I can tell you he did go over the line. He actually crossed over, still in 19th place, still 2 places up from where he started. So great effort from the German, but we'll see them potentially out later on today, of course, for the final. Plenty of action left to go today for the KZ2 classes. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that race, though. Here's the start, and oh dear, I think a couple of very quick getaways there right at the beginning, but drama there for Jensen Graham. His kart moves and then initially just seemingly dies straight away, and unfortunately didn't even make it to turn number 2, ground to a halt at T1. And his chance of getting into that final diminished very, very quickly. For the drivers at the front, though, still a solid start once again. No matter which side of the grid he starts on, Maxim Orlov has been nailing those race starts, got into the lead, and had a lights to flag finish once again for him under no contest whatsoever. Fights happening further back, though. You saw the gesticulation from Samuel Luye with Ellie Goldstein there, seemingly later on in the lap, letting through Dion van Verven down at turn number 5. An interesting tactic there, but maybe there was something deeper beneath the surface of that one. Eyes on these moments here. Kian Farding getting the moves down on Tigran Manakian through turn number 1. Again, beautiful move as unfortunately Eric Vest retiring from the race and going no further. He started at the back of the field. He would not make the final. Dion van Verven, though, was the driver on the move through that one. 4 places gained in that race. Ended up in P3 with this beautiful little overtake through turn at number 1, hitting those bumps on the inside of T1, amazingly keeping control of it. The same as well for Jaden Teen. He was able to get moves done. The exit at turn number 7, down the inside, getting past Samuel Luye, which really put him on the back foot. And then the checker flag going out. And then once again, this moment here, Eric Mueller on the outside there, kicking up the dust, almost making contact there with the driver just ahead of him, Hugo Besson, but just avoiding him. Let's head down, though, to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, it's over to you.
Thank you very much. We've spoken a lot this weekend so far to Maxim Orlov, who has been the man to beat. So we're going to Kasper Schulmans, his teammate. Kasper, good racing from you this weekend, but it's looked like you've had a bit of a busy one. You've had to make quite a few overtakes. Can you tell me about the weekend so far and about what you expect going into the final?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't drive until since Valencia's until I came here. So of course we knew it was going to be difficult with the heat and everything. So I mean, I'm quite happy with how it turned out, especially if you look at Thursday, where we were struggling a lot. I think half a second or 4/10 over nearly every session. So, and then we decided to make some changes, also some changes for myself, and it turned out to be quite good. I mean, P2 in group was nothing that was to worry about, to be honest, especially considering that I was driving alone the whole time. So I mean, I was quite happy. Heat, I mean, we've had some problems with just struggling with grip a lot. Yeah, now with the new tyres, I'm not too worried, especially since my tyres are since Heat 1 already. So I'm not too worried.
So you haven't actually been able to get any laps in since Valencia. As a driver, when you can't do that, you can't get that seat time in, how do you prepare properly, especially when you're going to come to a race with the conditions like these?
I mean, it's difficult because I had a lot of exams, so I couldn't really prepare that much, just considering that the heat in Holland was quite hot as well, so it was good to get used to, but this is another level.
Well, good luck going into the final then, Kasper. We'll head back up into the commentary box because our KZ2 groups don't stop there.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed. Well, I can tell you now that one way that Casper Shawns has been keeping up to date with this one, he was playing paddle all weekend here at the circuit, so he's certainly been looking at that one. Right then, one more Super Heat to go before the finals later on today. It is KZ2 Super Heat B that'll be heading out onto the circuit next, and this one will have the next fastest driver over the course of this weekend, Marcus Kayak, 2 wins out of 3 races yesterday, second in time qualifying and a 3rd place. We caught up with him after those qualifying heats.
Marcus, it was a bit of a busy race at some stages. Can you tell me about that overtake into turn number 1 and how you pulled it off?
Yeah, in the start I didn't get the best start, but he overtook me in the beginning. But then I tried to stay calm, stay behind me, stayed behind him, see where he loses, where I gain. And then, yeah, I got a good run out of the last corner and got it done on the straight.
And you'll be right at the front end of the field for the Super Heats. Your mindset going into that tomorrow, how do you prepare? What are your thoughts?
Still a bit of work to do with the chassis, I feel like. But anyway, we are there, I feel like. But yeah, just stay calm as we are and see what happens.
So the work that you think you still need to put in with the chassis, is that because of the grip that's being put down on the circuit, or...?
Yeah, the track is super difficult because the hot weather, the tires, the track itself gets super sticky. So we need to find a balance with the chassis, when it's not too stuck and when it's not sliding too much. But yeah, we have some ideas in mind and we will see tomorrow.
Well, good to chat there to Marcus Kayak, who will be starting this one on pole position. And as you can see there, the field already making their way out onto the circuit for the last Super Heat of the day before we go into those finals. Let's take a look at that full starting lineup then. It is Marcus Kayak and Samuele Leopardi on row number 1. Joel Valtonen and Dominic Simek go from row 2 with Artur Pullein and Maximilian Schleimer on row number 3. Row 4 will see Jean Louillet and Yenis Savico with Michael Bavaro and Matti Rittinen on row number 5. Timo Jungling and Mattis Bruges will round out the top 12 on row number 6. Tom de Sol and Eric Holm will round out the first half of your field. They will go from row 7.
Drivers on that cut-off point on row number 8 include Leonardo Bonomo and Luis Beck. From 9, we have Alva Simisvara and Andrea Dale. And going from row number 10, we have Federico Albanese with Andrea Pavano. 11 includes Noah Wolf, who's had some terrible luck so far this weekend alongside teammate of Zoe Florescu. And 12 includes Kypros Yurs with Yuri Pachica. 13, we have Andrea Antonello with Nicola Impato. And on the 14th row of the grid is Eric Anaki versus Nicola Rossini.
Well, all these drivers who are starting from the 10th row backwards have had those dramas, most namingly Nicola Rossini, who unfortunately had a couple of DNFs yesterday, and all the meanwhile, some of them not even his fault, so very tough ones out there. The same, like you say, can be said for Andrea Antonello as well. Qualified really well, but unfortunately hasn't had those race results and has just stumbled back into that danger zone. So for a lot of these drivers who are starting from the 9th, 10th row backwards, really important job needs to be happening here, and that is push forward as fast and as quickly as you can into that main field. Otherwise, you might find yourself not making it into that final later on today. Like we're saying for other drivers, though, for Maxim Orlov, he's just raced. He cannot be beaten. He will secure pole position for that final. The question still remains, though, who can claim a front row start alongside him in that final. At the moment, it is Corentin Rousseau who is second in that intermediate classification with 206 points. But you have got the likes of Marcus Kayak here, who at the moment sits in 8th in the points with 141 points to his name. A Super Heat win adds a fair chunk of points to a driver. He is in line to take that away. Front of the grid then is getting themselves ready to form up. The field again taking a good chunk of time here to get to that pre-grid. A lot of temperature going into those tyres. Last few attempts to really light up those rears to get the temperature to an optimal window. Of course, reports from Dunlop, these tyres will be reaching around 130 degrees centigrade through some of the high challenging corners like turn 1, the high-speed corners where they really put down the grip on the circuit, but right now they will cool down quite significantly going into this one. We did see drama into turn 1 yesterday in the KZ2 races. Of course, 3 wide into turn 1 doesn't go, where we did see a handful of drivers unfortunately not make it to the end of that race. Maximilian Schleimer is one of those drivers. Yanis Savico was the other, and one of them, both of them right now are once more in this race. And let's see if they can have a better turn of events this time around in this super heat. Grid is lined up ready to go then, as Eric Inaki and Nicola Rossini get into the grid slots right at the back of the grid on row 14, as we will get ready for those lights procedures to start. Pasquale Lupoli starts it. 3 red lights, 4 red lights, lights are out. We're racing in KZ2 qualifying heat B, Super Heat B I should say, and look at that at the start. Absolutely wheel to wheel between Kayak and Leopardi, but it will be Kayak who gets the whole shot in towards turn number 1 and 2 as he takes that early lead and steps up into P1. Rest of the field slots into place. They're 3-4 wide in the background through the chicane, going down into the braking zone at turn number 3. But amazingly, Nicole, they have all held on to position pretty nicely, but we've already got a bit of a full-cut breakaway at the front, but look at Kayak already. He has broken away beautifully.
It was a bolt to the line for Juho Valtonen, who really did catch Dominic Simek half asleep, but you can see Simek waking back up again as they head through turn number 6 and 7. Kart breakaway, though, of Kayak right at the front has given himself a bit of breathing room, although he was really under pressure going into turn number 1 previously by Leopardi. And Simek now getting busy. Leopardi drops down 2 now. Simek, that was aggressive from the Sony going into turn number 9. So Kayak leads the way, and that is not Simek, that's Maximilian Schleimer. Schleimer's actually jumped up 4 positions to get into 2nd place. Simek has dropped down to 6th place. So Maximilian Schleimer leads from Leopardi, and Juho Valtonen is sat there in 4th as we expected. Heading through that 2nd sector now, they meet the curb at turn number 3, get the run and meet the line at turn number 4, and set themselves up for the fastest part of the circuit down that back straight, topping out at around 145 kilometers an hour. As in on the brakes, you can see how hard into the corner Leopardi is going, getting that kart, that Birrell stopped so abruptly. Further down the order though, in that mid-pack, is getting busy between the likes of Luye.
And that's Yanis Savico going off, and that was Jean Luye trying to get through. He did get through, but at the expense of Yanis Savico, who now tumbles down to P10. He will not be too happy with that one, but the crucial thing is that he is still in this race. Back over the start-finish line they go. Communication already with him. Timo Jungling saying, all right, let's go. As down the inside there, nice little changes from out the field, but we'll keep on a close eye on the progression there for these drivers. I think that may have been Mattis Proust getting the move done on Martin Rittinen, but Rittinen now on the back foot, but let's see how this unfolds. Crucially, as it goes on to lap number 3, Kayak leads the way then from Schleimer. Leopardi, who now is pushing forward as much as he can, will have Juho Valtonen for company alongside. Artur Boulain from Dominic Simek, Jean Luye from Paparo, Savico now back into 9th place from Timo Jungling, Proust in 11th from Martin Rittinen and Eric Holmes, Speck from Dussol, rounding out the top 15. Eyes focusing on this one here. Jean Luye has got Michael Paparo just now in front of him. He has lost out to that place and has now gone down to P8.
Poulain hasn't been able to promote himself further up the field. It's a 5th. That has been his best result so far this weekend, as we've got a replay from this moment into turns 7 and 8. So well held there by Savico, just caught that front end. See another angle of it, clips the curb, just keep catch each other out, but does continue to get back onto the tarmac and circulate around. Going back to Poulain then, he's not been able to get above a 5th position so far this weekend, as we've now got a challenge for the race lead because Kayak has been caught from a mile away by Maximilian Schleimer. Going through turns number 5 then, on the brake, Schleimer really has caught up as he now challenges, takes that wider line to get the run off of the corner, goes down the inside, challenges on, challenge is done, and Schleimer is your new race leader.
That is beautifully done there, down the inside of turn number 8. Again, absolutely flat out through that corner, one-handed as they change gear and going wheel to wheel. It's the bravest place to make an overtake. but Schleimer's got it done. Now on a 5-place gain. This could be helped by the fact that he might have some slightly fresher tyres on board here, because in that last race yesterday where he found himself in the wall, he only completed about 100 metres of that last race yesterday. So that means he's probably got a better, fresher tyres on his wagon, and that's what's helping him out here massively, because you can see already the gap he has opened up. There's been some drama right at the back of the field. I think Nicola Rossini and Andrea Antonello just tumbled together in an event, but they are both still in this race. However, Antonello going very slowly right to the back of the field. But eyes on this one still. Samuele Leopardi, who's there in third place, is not going to be able to close in here on kayak at this moment. He will have to deal with the likes of Jörg Valtonen and Atte Poulain just behind. Louis, though, under investigation for potentially causing a collision. We were expecting that one with, of course, the likes of Yanis Avico earlier on. Eyes on this one, though. Timo Youngling and Matis Bruges. This is the battle for P10 on your screen.
Youngling then has had a bit of a dramatic weekend of things so far, had some drama out of Valencia as well, but finds himself just juggling that 10th position, trying to push forward into that 9th place. Poulain is the driver on your screens in that energy course. 5th is the best so far this weekend, but he's looking a bit more fiery today within this super heat as they head through turn number 5. He's not faster than Valtonen sat there in 4th just yet, and it's Leopardi that's your quickest driver out of that top 5 so far, as it's actually taken away now by Maximilian Schleimer, who's being benefited by that cool air, as we've got drivers getting a bit involved with each other now, getting a bit angry. That is that battle between Youngling down further in the order. Dominic Simek and Jean Loyer are those drivers that are signalling to each other that they're not happy with the way that they're driving, as we've got yellow flags out at turn number 9, and we have lost somebody off in the background.
Juho Valtonen out of the race. The 323 Birolart machine will go no further. And, well, where did Juho Valtonen start? He started pretty high up in the order. He might be okay. He was on the 2nd row of the grid. So I think he might still make that final, but albeit on the back foot now.
He was being hustled by Arthur Poulain, the Frenchman, then for that 4th position. So was it an incident between those two dramas, or was it mechanical drama? Eyes on this midfield, though, section. It's still Timo Youngling that's really trying to push ahead. He's got that kart, that Sodi, dancing underneath him as they head through that 2nd sector. But now, look at the driver of Matis Bruges right on his tail. These drivers, when they go over these bumps and in that really hot air in that midfield section, it adds an extra bit of a challenge in for them. Kart starting to overheat. This is a replay then out to turn number 9. That's further down in the field.
Oh, that's Federico Albanese.
You can see the grip.
That is grip. That is a buffeting at its finest there. It was carried too much speed into the corner, then trying to turn it, and yeah, it just didn't want to grip, and that there as well is Andrea Antonello, who is currently circulating at the back of the grid after having an incident with Nicola Rossini earlier on in the race. You can see there a bit of damage to that front NASA panel that's not fully formed up. Right, eyes back on this one.
Whoa.
Still, as unfortunately getting squeezed out the circuit there very robustly is Lewis Speck. That was quite robust, I think, from Tom Dussol there, but gets the job done. Now Youngling under pressure and putting it on for the drivers in front. Yanis Avico has just got past, so Avico involved in that fight. Matis Bruges there, Martin Rintanen all there as well. So still all kicking off inside that mid-pack area of this race. As we are nearing the end of it, we are going on to lap number 9 now of this race, and still the drama is unfolding at the sharp end. Crucially at the front, though, Marcus Kayak seems to have found his rhythm once again. Fastest lap of the race, 58.411. The gap's half a second between the top 2, but Kayak is trying his best to close back in. Here they are on your screen.
Well, is this the stage that Schleimer has maybe overcooked things slightly, tried to push too hard on that rubber, and actually has sacrificed a little bit of pace because, like you just said, Anthony, Kayak is, well, the gap has gone back down again. He does look quick, he looks racy going through turn number 9. Dying stages of the race, though, so if he wants to achieve something, he's got to push forward really hard, get that gap reduced, especially on that braking. They'll head out of the final corner as Arthur Poulain is now under pressure from Paparo going into turn number 1. you can see the way these karts really grip up, and I think it's deceiving how difficult it actually is to get turn number 1 done. If you miss that corner ever so slightly, turn in too early or too late, you run the risk of running yourself off of the track. Through turn number 3, and now it is absolutely on between Poulain and Paparo going through the fastest section of the circuit down that straight, and you can see that Arthur knows he's under a bit of pressure, darts his head over his shoulder to see what the gap is. The gap now is virtually nothing as they shift up and down those gears, go through that twisty and tight section of the track, which is one of the most bumpy sectors. It's 0.154 tenths of a second, nothing in between these two. It looked just then like Paparo was going to challenge. Watch him maybe get the run out of turn number 9, perfects it on the braking, on the turning, doesn't bounce or hop in the kart. Can he maybe get something done into turn number 1? Can he pull out? No, he doesn't. Sits there, thinks against it, runs down into turn number 2. Does Arthur Poulain defend? Yes, he does. Takes that defensive line, runs the white line. It's on between these two for P4, Anthony.
It certainly is. Great to see these two amazing teams going wheel to wheel. Energy Course have obviously been around for many a year. The ASD Monster K factory team as well, relatively new rendition of the CRG team as well, so they've been working really hard to bring in the blue colours effectively to the CRG team, but have worked incredibly hard over the years to really develop both of these karts, have these teams, and they're going wheel to wheel here right now in Sarno. Poulain, though, still is controlling this race between themselves and Paparo, but as they exit once again out of the final corner onto the start-finish straight, the last lap board will come out to them, and all that does is turn up the dial from 10 to 11, because he will look for a move down the inside here at turn 2. No, he doesn't. Stays behind. Thinks about it, though, to the inside. You can see both of them hugging that inside line. The fight for 4th place is on right now, as Schleimer, Kayak, Leopardi have broken away. They are not in drama from this battle right now on your screen, but each and every time they go a defensive line, Jean-Louis in the background starts to close in ever more, and he has closed in now. It's now a 3-cut battle for 4th place in this one. And can Michael Paparo get a move done here on Arthur Poulain, or will Poulain hold this to the bitter end with only one more major braking zone to go of turn number 9? Maximilian Schleimer will exit out of the final corner. He will see the checkered flag. He will be starting not on the front row. That will go to Marcus Kayak as Poulain holds on to P4. Samuel Leopardi holds on to 3rd. And it's a beautiful drive there from the field. Maxim Orlov then from his race does secure that pole position, but Marcus Kayak with that 2nd place will put himself on the front row alongside Maxim Orlov for that final. Corentin Rousseau will be 3rd, Samuele Leopardi will be 4th, Schurmans will be 5th, and Maximilian Schleimer with that victory there by 1 point will start on the 3rd row of the grid for that final later on today. There is a look at your classification then. Schleimer from Kayak, Leopardi from Poulain, Paparo from Louis, Simet from Youngling, Cervico from Rittinen, who round out the top 10. Mathis Bruges from Tom Dussel, Eric Holm from Lewis Speck, Leonardo Bonomo finishing in 15th place ahead of Andrea Dale, Noah Wolf from Andrea Pittavano, Zoe Florescu, a good race there with a 3-place gain, finishes in P19. I don't think it's going to be enough to make it into that final, but it's a good job nonetheless. Alba Timotvara from Federico Albanese, Eric Anaki from Nicola Rossini, Yuri Pacheca finishing in P24 ahead of Andrea Antonello, who rounds out the top 25. 3 retirements, Capricious, Jorvaltinen and Nicola Imparato, unfortunately not making it to the end. For some of those drivers, they might still make that final. For others, I think it might be a weekend over. For Maximilian Schleimer, though, there he is on the 308 machine. Brilliant start for him from the 3rd row of the grid. The German driver coming away with a brilliant start. Here's a look at the highlights from that one, and initially his start seemingly not that rapid. He just got away with the rest of the field. Watch the 308 there. Just pulls out of the slipstream, moves into the middle of the track, goes wheel to wheel there with Atapulain, who was starting alongside. But it was when they got to turn number 2 and 3. This is where it really started to open up for him. Seemingly good start for the whole field there. No one really getting a slow getaway off the line. It was this moment here, though, for Schleimer through turns 2 and 3, where all of a sudden just came on the scene and was fighting for those positions. This was his move down the inside in those early stages on Johan Valttinen. Valttinen, unfortunately, at that point, not losing out on 1, but 2. Samuele Leopardi getting through as well. And later, Johan Valttinen retiring from the race. Yenis Avico having tricky moments there with Jean Louis as well. Jean Louis in the 3-1-5, actually getting a smattering of investigation flags out during that race. So he was going to be one to really keep a close eye on throughout the early stages of that race. There was Matis Prouge getting the moves done. Only gained 1 place in that race to finish just outside the top 10 in P11. But still a strong drive nonetheless from the rest of the field. This was the moment that was a very, very busy and bouncy moment there for the 386 of Federico Albanese, the Italic Horse Racing team driver, I think finding too much grip levels at turn number 9. Once again, Jean-Louis getting his nose involved with a fight as he sent it down the inside there of Dominic Simek. And Simek seemingly not too pleased with that one. Later on, having a full send down the inside of another one of the cars. The 316 there, Lewis Speck being unceremoniously spat out of the field. Last lap and checker flag going out. And it was a solid drive for Maximilian Schleimer with those 5 places gained. Puts him on the 3rd row of the grid for that final. Let's head down, though, to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, over to you.
Down in Parc Ferme, like you just said then, Anthony, and I'm with our race winner of Maximilian Schleimer. Good race out there for you, smart racing. We saw you had a DNF yesterday after the incident at turn number 1. Do you actually think that you were helped just then by that fresher tyre?
Yeah, pretty much. We had a bit of a tyre advantage for the Super Heat, but also yesterday we only put 1 new tyre, with the rest put 2 new, so we definitely had an advantage today, and yeah, obviously tried the first laps to gain as much as possible. Already got into P2 after the first lap, and then yeah, of course the pace was all weekend amazing, just not the results. So yeah, finally we got our P1, and yeah, we will see what happens afterwards.
Maximilian, we've seen drivers on the live stream out there really hopping out of the corners because there's so much grip down. How do you actually manage that and make sure that you don't sacrifice any pace or speed?
In general, it's just a feeling. You have to get confident with the track. You have to get to know to the bumps, and then afterwards you just have to control it with the throttle and with the tires. And then if you get it right, and then yeah, the pace comes from itself.
And your thoughts going into the final? What are you thinking?
Yeah, hopefully I get a good start, and then yeah, we will see what happens afterwards.
Well, we'll see what plays out this afternoon. Thank you, Maximilian. That's it then for Super Heats and for our KZ2s. We have our confirmed grids for our finals later on this afternoon. And of course, that is the point where we're going to find out who is our KZ2 Masters European champion. We'll head back up into the commentary box to see what times we can expect to see that racing.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, down there on the, well, in the Parc Ferme area. Yes, indeed, 3 races to go, all of them finals after the lunch break in around 1.5 hours' time. We'll be back with those 3 finals. KZ2 Masters kickstarting us. Who will be crowned 2025 FIA Karting European Champion in KZ2 Masters? Check that one out at 12:45. KZ2, might we see Maxim Orlov take away 50 championship points at the end of that one? That's kick-starting at 1:45. And then KZ, their final. Can anyone topple the likes of Matthias Bergel, the Frenchman, who has been dominant in that one? You can catch that one at 2:45. But between now and then, we will take a short break. Don't go anywhere, and we'll see you for those finals in about 1.5 hours' time. This isn't just another stop on the FIA karting calendar. This is Naples, raw, electrifying, and unapologetically alive. A city where chaos and beauty collide, where the traffic races you before you even reach the circuit, and where passion flows through every cobblestone street like the red and white through an apex curb. The shadow of Vesuvius watches over us all, and just beyond its reach lies Sarno, home of the legendary Circuito Internazionale Napoli, that this weekend will play host to round 2 of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championship, year of opening 1993. Event record set by Matthias Bergel in the KZ category in time qualifying on Friday with a 57.791. No one has beaten that time just as of yet. The track, though, in more detail, a fabulous circuit. The rendition we're using was built in just 2024. It's 180 meters down the start-finish straight, 205 down the back straight, with a total track length of 1,670 meters, which is drastically different from when it opened in 1993, with only a length of 450. It's around 9 to 10 meters wide with no elevation change, meaning it is a flat circuit out there. Turns out on track, not many, but there is 9 of them out there. 6 to the right, 3 to the left, and 4 hairpins. Each and every one of those corners provides its own unique challenges, but many of them provide ample overtaking opportunities. We see them in towards turns 2, turns 5, 7, and turn 9. And not only in that, you'll be reaching some dizzyingly high speeds around this track into 2 separate places. Into the flat-out turn number 1, as long as you don't hit that bump too hard on the inside, as well in towards turn number 5, where you'll be reaching around 150 kilometers an hour, averaging around 104 around the entirety of the lap. It is a fast-flowing, demanding circuit, and once again, with temperatures soaring well into the 30 degrees, it is going to be an absolute challenge for these drivers now for the longest races of the weekend that they have done so far. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Nicole Sutherland in the box. We're ready to go racing. Are the viewers at home, I'm sure. Nicole, what can we expect from these 3 races?
I think you can expect drama from these drivers. It's going to be busy. It's going to be spectacular, especially from our KZ2 Masters. Of course, this competition is a 1-round event. This event determines your European champion for 2025. And these are your drivers that if you're at home and you want to take some tips on how it's really done, there's no better way than to watch the drivers out there on the circuit in that category, the likes of Davide Fore, who of course is one of your most well-known drivers within the sport. It's going to be an absolute thrill fest. It's going to be spectacular, Anthony.
It certainly will be, and those races will be coming up very, very soon, and that will be kick-starting with the KZ2 Masters. Now, we have not seen the KZ2 Masters or the KZ categories out since yesterday. They have not raced so far today. It's only been the KZ2s that have been out there, so they've had a long time to really wait until they've been out on circuit, and they've had to wait, unfortunately, for the hottest part of the day to reach for them. But it is starting with the Masters, and this is going to be an interesting one. Davide Fore starting on pole position. We've already spoken a little bit roughly about that sort of situation. At the moment, he has put in an appeal for something that's happened in time qualifying. He's still eligible to race and everything like that, and he has got the chance of winning this final still, but he might not be standing on that podium because, like I say, of that appeal, but we'll talk a bit more about that later on. There, some of the hard-working marshals out there. We do send our thanks to the marshalling team. We couldn't go racing without their hard work and dedication, the same as the officials out there on circuit as well, keeping an eye on all of the drivers, making sure they stay nice and safe over the course of the weekend. Brilliant work from the marshals. No matter where we go around the world, Nicole, the marshals always seem to be the best and brightest from where we go. Air temperature reaching 31 degrees. It's expected to climb even more as the finals go on. You can see everyone there in the grandstands taking shelter from the beating sun that is out there, but it is still a very hot day, even if you're in that shade.
Absolutely is, and the heat that's out there in the air temperature is affecting that circuit as well. Track temperatures will be absolutely soaring, and at this stage of the weekend, that's when it's going to be the most rubbered in. That's when we're going to see so much Dunlop tyre rubber laid down on that track and really make it difficult for these drivers to get into each turn and ensure they don't get too much hopping or bouncing of the karts. They don't want to unsettle that rear end too much. And the conditions out there as well with the heat, especially with the drivers sat in the seats next to the engines, those conditions really hard for the drivers to concentrate as well. We heard Davide Fore say yesterday, he's over 50 years old. He's been in this sport since the 80s. He won his first European Championship in 1994, and even he is out there struggling to deal with the temperature and the heat.
Well, as you can hear then, the band starting to play, the Concerto Band Disco di Sita di Sarno playing here at the circuit, and they'll be providing the live walkout music for the drivers who unfortunately have quite a lengthy walk down the pit exit all the way to the medal ceremony that is at turn number 1. We'll also be hearing to the national anthem played by the band as well, which will be absolutely fabulous for these drivers. There they are, who as well dealing with that hot sunshine out there at turn number 1. They've got the tarmac beneath them, but certainly providing some excellent tones for us here at the Sarno circuit. But right now for the drivers, the KZ2 Masters, this is what it's all about. This isn't just a European round for them. This is their one and only European round. It's a one-off race now. Effectively, whoever takes the win in this one could be European champion. However, it does still fall on those championship points. So, of course, if Davide Fore he's had good points throughout the entirety of the weekend, if he drops back a little bit, he might still be okay, but we'll have to keep a very close eye on it as the next race is heading out onto the circuit very, very soon. KZ2 Masters, it's the final. 18 laps. 30-kilometer race distance in this heat. It is going to be a tough one, and there you can see the field making their way out onto the track, being led by Davide Fore. You saw there Angelo Lombardo there, Antonio Piccioni in the yellow TK cut liveried suits, as well as the rest of the field, all priming themselves ready for what is set to be a long old race. And as you can see, smiles all around still. They love these sort of situations. For these guys, racing has been their life, and they continue that trend on as the KZ2 Masters class, drivers aged 35 years plus, 34 entries into this weekend from 8 different nationalities. I've got to say, Italy dominating the KZ2 Masters category over the course of this weekend. For the class themselves, though, obviously slightly different changes for them. The power unit still a 125cc 6-speed 2-stroke engine, outputting 50 brake horsepower, but the weight is the difference for them as well. 180 kilos for the KZ2 Masters. Any gram underneath that, so that is kart driver included, they will be instantly disqualified from the final. And of course, they do need to be careful with that one, of course, with fuel going down, the bodies as well, perspirating and the sweating out there. They need to make sure those levels stay nice and high. The tyres are being used, the dry Dunlop DHH tyres out there. They've had the 1.5 sets throughout that one. The full set now for this final. That's going to be an important one. Everyone on the same set of tyres. But the national anthem now playing for the drivers out there. So we will take a short silence. We'll listen to that national anthem as the drivers will get their medals in a moment. Well, excellent stuff there for the KZ2 Masters, and great work from the band as well out there here at the Sarno circuit. Well, the drivers now will be ready to receive their medals. It's been a busy old weekend of racing for the KZ2 Masters, but it all starts here. Matteo Cauda from mondokart.com to present some of the medals to the drivers out there on the grid. Of course, Davide Fore starting it on a pole position. There you can see as well Angelo Lombardo receiving his medal. All these drivers will have, of course, made it into this final. A maximum grid size, of course, being 36, but only 34 entries into the weekend. So they've all made it to this final, no matter what the results have been throughout them. But of course, as you can see, for these drivers, they have pushed and worked super hard over the course of those races to give them the best possible starting position for these races. For some of them in the Super Heat, there was a little bit of work that they had to do over it. For some of them, they did drop back a little bit. The same for Christian Halblin, who is starting this one P7, suffered quite a bit in that previous Super Heat yesterday. Dropping down to P16. But other drivers who as well had really good results in that Super Heat. Mirko Mizzoni as well, after drama in time qualifying where he was put to the back. He was DSQ'd from time qualifying for working on the grid. He's had to really push through these races, gain 12 places in that Super Heat alone. To finish in P7 as well. Giuseppe Solentino as well, the CEO of the Circuito Internazionale Napoli, presenting also the medals for the drivers as well. Brilliant work from the Solentino family, of course, ahead of these weekends to prepare the circuit ready for the FIA Karting European Championship. The relation between the Napoli circuit and, of course, the FIA has been going for many years since the track was opened back in 1993, and that trend does continue on into the 2025 season as well here. Rest of the drivers there just receiving the medals. You were seeing there some of the drivers in the mid-pack area. Fabio Vacca there as well. Fabio Befuco also brilliant runs for them over the course of this one. Daniel Bray as well has had these few tricky moments where he did drop back into the field, but a great qualifying for him nonetheless, but still keeps him in a really strong position for this race. Patrick Lloydel as well in and around the area. Emanuele Simonetti also part in that infield section. They'll be looking forward to seeing what they can do as Rosario Sorrentino as well, head of organisation here at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli, also providing the medals to the drivers. And again, great work from all of them to prepare for what is set to be a fabulous weekend of racing that we have seen over the course of this one here at the Sarno circuit. But for the rest of these drivers now, who will be starting this one at the back of the grid, the job is simple. Push forward as hard and as fast as you can. For these drivers in their last race that we saw yesterday in the Super Heat, a little bit feisty through that first half of it. There were some moments out there on the grid, but all of them still in a very strong position. There you can see the likes of Sebastian Ladar and Valerio Giambesatti as well, just collecting their medals. One last race of them in the European season before they head over to the World Championships that will be held also in Italy at the Franciacorta circuit later on in the year. Well, last few photos for the drivers and the medals. You can see the mechanics have placed the karts ready on the grid, and I'm sure these drivers will be heading down now to their machines as we'll be ready to kickstart what will be the longest race for the KZ2 Masters before they head to the World Championships in Franciacorta at the end of the year. But right now, we are moments away from crowning what will be the 2025 KZ2 Masters European Champion. Last year, it was Riccardo Nallon after a brilliant run in the Valverbrata circuit in Italy. This year, though, it could go the way of many other drivers. Right now, it's in the ball court for Davide Fore, but we'll have to wait and see. Let's take you through the starting lineup then for what is the last race of the weekend for KZ2 Masters. Davide Fore and Angelo Lombardo go from row number 1. Antonio Piccioni and Manuel Cosaglio go from row number 2. Alessio Lamartina and Riccardo Nallon make it an all-Italian front 3 rows. Then it goes to Christian Halblin and Samuel Gaffner on row 4, Ludovic Badet and Sirio Constantini on row 5. Mirko Pezzoni, after being disqualified in time qualifying, now starts this on the 6th row of the grid alongside Andrea Nicastro. Fabio Vacca and Fabio Befuco go from row number 7. They'll have Daniel Bray and Emanuele Simonetti on row 8. Adam Matughi and Patrick Lloydel go from row number 9. Row 10 will see Andrea Tonoli, Roberto Profico locking out the top 20 positions. Gregory Ladar and Mark Volhauser go from row 11. with Mathieu Cochin and Ricardo Melis on row number 12. Row 13, Aurelian Ray and Andreas Bagni, who's had drama throughout this weekend. What can he do from the 13th row of the grid? Alfio Menezza and Antonello Cifelli go from row 14. Augustus Pacci as well on the grid starts that one a little further down than I think he would like. He'll be joined alongside Emanuele Villani, and then it is Valerio Giampassati and Sebastian Ladar who will round out the 32 kart field. Well, the drivers now down at their machinery. They'll get themselves completely suited and booted. Mechanics at the ready to assist them over the course of these next few moments to get their karts fired up and ready to go for this one. Like we're saying, air temperature creeping up ever higher. 31 degrees out there. Not a cloud can be seen in the sky. It is incredibly hot out there in the sun, and someone who can tell us a lot about that temperature out there is Nicole Sutherland, who is down there on the grid.
I can tell you about the temperature then, Anthony, because it's absolutely scorching out of here. The drivers are really going to have a challenge on their hands once more, one of which is Christian Haublin, starting a little bit further down the grid. Christian, you have a lot of racing experience behind you. Can you tell me what's the approach into this final and into this one-round championship?
Unfortunately, I don't know what to expect this weekend. We had a small crash, small incident in Super Heat, so we are a little bit in the back. We were hoping to start in first 2 row. Now it's for sure a lot difficult, and we will see what will happen in first 5 laps. This is the most important. The race is super long, it's super hot. Really don't know what to expect.
And the Masters are our most experienced grid this weekend. Yourself, you've raced in cars, you've raced in single-seaters. Why do you come back to karting?
I don't know, it's fun, a lot more funner than some single-seaters or something like this. It's nice, I like it, and I don't know, I stay in.
Christian, thank you very much. Good luck for your final. 3-minute board has gone out then. We'll head back up into the commentary box for our first final of today's racing.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there on the grid. Yes, indeed, moments away from starting this race. And as you say, very, very warm out there over the course of this one. Let's have a look back at some of the results that we were saying from that one, of course. Like we said, in that Super Heat yesterday, there was some moments, but we'll go over that in a moment. There is a look at your championship standings at the moment. Davide Fore leading that one, of course. He scored maximum points after the qualifying heats and the Super Heats phase. He's got 50 championship points to his name. Angelo Lombardo with the 44. Antonio Paccioni with the 38. Manuel Cosiglio with 32. 28 for Alessia Lamartina. Christian Haublin with 28 as well. Joint on the same points. Ricardo Nallon with 24. Samuel Gaffner with 18. Ludovic Madej with 8, joined by Sirio Constantini. They obviously round out the grid for effectively this race. And like you say, only 6 points separating Davide Fore and Angelo Lombardo. So the chances of, like you say, it's a one-shot race for these drivers. It's all about getting these karts to the end and just pushing as hard as you can. For all these drivers, this is going to be a tense one for them. Cast your mind back to Valverbrata last year, of course. Davide Fore in that European Championship fight at Valverbrata had that drama in the final, skittled off at turn number 1 when it was with his old team, the Birolart team. Now he's changed over to the IPK colours. He's on the Praga machinery there. He's going to see what he can do, and certainly for the start of 2025, it's gone his way. There as well on the Maranello, Angelo Lombardo. What can we say about him? Starting this on the front row of the grid, he's going to be one to really take this fight to Davide Fore. Did have a little bit of trouble in that Super Heat earlier on yesterday in the weekend. He had a P3 after a penalty, which did bump him backwards, and he has suffered a couple of those over the weekend. But hopefully this time around, all will be clean, all will be fine, and we will see what he can do in this race. Like we were saying, longest race of the weekend for the class, 18 laps. It's a long old race for these KZ2 Masters drivers, as you can see the last of them just getting seated into their machinery there on the grid. Again, this is always a tense moment for the drivers. So a lot of them, they've got years and years and years of experience underneath their belts. Multiple champions out there who have raced not only in karting, but also who have raced in cars and have always done one thing, and that is come back to karting, because there's one thing you just can't take away from it, and that is just the levels of fun and competitive competition you will get in the world of a karting grid. Whistle has blown. Field slowly makes its way off for their formation laps to get everything up to temperature as Nicole Sutherland joins me back in the commentary box. This is where it really starts to boil down for these drivers. One more race to go in the European Championship for them. Yes, it has only been a one-round season this year, but for some of them, they like that. For these drivers, they're busy. They're working hard over the course of the season. They're tutoring. They may be racing in other things as well, but they all want to race in a KZ2 Masters European Championship. And thankfully for the FIA, they've provided that for these last couple of years, because, of course, in previous years, the KZ2 Masters didn't have a European Championship. They only went to the Worlds, and that was the only time we saw them. There is a live view of race control. Head of race control, Chris Lambret, joined by Joanna Falcao and David Manchester in there, keeping an eye on all of the cameras out on circuit, meaning you cannot get away with anything out there, despite however hot it is. Yes, you've got to be on your best behavior throughout it. Like we're saying, for these drivers, it's all down to the one race. It's a one-shot race here, Nicole, and, well, it's hard to point out who could be the man on top at the end of this.
Well, I think with the calibre of the drivers that we have in there, you've got Davide Fore, Antonio Piccionia, Angelo Lombardo, Cosaglio, all starting on those front two rows. I wouldn't even want to call it. You know, we've seen a mix-up throughout the heats of who has been quickest. But these are your weekend warriors that simply race because they love the sport. It's a testament to the work that the FIA have put in to the European Championships, giving these drivers that one opportunity to still crown themselves a champion. Fore has been a European champion. You've got Haublin has got success in Formula Renault. Drivers coming from all sorts of places, all sorts of backgrounds, but they're all here for one reason, because they love karting.
Yeah, indeed. There, very briefly, you saw Pasquale Lupoli, race director this weekend for the KZ categories. He'll be keeping a very close eye on all of the drivers. There he is again on your screen. He's been keeping cool underneath the shade, but certainly still very, very warm out there. Members of the media as well joining us over this weekend. Great work from them as well, really showcasing the event out to the world, of course, because, you know, a lot of people don't know about karting. There's been so many new fans that have been brought into the world of high-level Formula racing, of course, in Formula One, the new younger audiences that might not know a lot about the history of where those drivers came from. Some of them will have raced in these gearbox categories in previous years gone by, and there's, of course, new drivers who will be stepping up. Yeah, Max Verstappen was a driver who raced over in KZ2 many, many years. So, again, so much talent has come from this very circuit. I mentioned it earlier on, you know, Lewis Hamilton has raced around this circuit. Charles Leclerc, Max Verstappen, Ayrton Senna back in the day has raced around this circuit as well. But, you know, it's all those sort of things where these drivers and those fans really need to, I think, get involved in the world of karting. For people who just jump in and think, oh yeah, you know, they're all just, they're just Formula One drivers. No, they had a history, and it all started here.
Absolutely. This is where it starts. You might refer to it as grassroots, or where drivers, you know, learn their trade, but that's not to take anything away from this sport. It's serious, it's full on. Drivers invest so much time and effort, as do the teams, the mechanics, the families. You've got the engine builders, you've got the chassis engineers. There's so much that goes into it, so many individual components. And then you've got the FIA, the governing body that run all of this and put that show on. You can't take away, you know, there's actually a proper legal system that runs in karting, as we've seen with that penalty potentially being applied to Davide Fore and why he's appealed it. You know, it's a serious sport, and it's where everything for these drivers in Formula One very first start.
Yeah, indeed, and those sort of situations, like that one, of course, if Davide wins on this one, unfortunately, he doesn't get to stand on the podium because of that regulation. And of course, with all that, it kind of heads to Paris. It goes to the courts there in Paris and all that. It's a very serious thing that these drivers have to go through. But and it's all for the sake of, you know, the result of them keeping it fair and keeping what they want. They have got that right as well of everything. So it's an almighty system that goes into play over the course of these weekends. But like you say, it all still falls down to this final. And for Davide, he's obviously aware of that, and he knows the job is simple. He knows he can still win this, but the only problem is that he doesn't get to celebrate it. That is the only unfortunate thing from it. So, right, drivers making their way around that final corner then. They're getting themselves lined up, ready to go. It's taken a little bit of a while for them to get that dialed in. But of course, you have to remember, they've got brand new Dunlop tyres on board. They have to get that squared away. They've got to get the release agent off the surface of that tyre. They've got to get him up to a decent operating window. As there you can see Rosa Santulli, the clerk of the course, there at the front, stopping the drivers. I certainly wouldn't want to stand there in front of a field of 32 KZ2 Masters all ready to get lined up for a race, but certainly a lot braver than I am, as there you can see the front's going to have to wait a little bit longer here at the front of this field, because the back of the grid is still just heading around the likes of turn number 9. They've got a lot of carts to get lined up here for this race. It's not a full capacity grid, but we will see that for the KZ2s. But there, the brand new Dunlop DHH tyres on board, the option tyres this weekend being used with those extra sets for the final. And there, Antonio Piccioni just moving his car into the perfect position for this race. I can tell you right now, he would not want to touch those tyres while he's mid-race, because they will reach scorching temperatures of around 130 degrees Celsius on the surface of those. As the flag clears from the front, Pasquale Napoli will start the lights procedure for the last time this weekend in KZ2 Masters. It's lights out, fights on in KZ2 as they head down in towards turn number 1. It's a brilliant start for Lombardo. He beats Davide Forte to the line, but Forte this weekend has been struggling with those starts, but he always seems to find his way back, and he's there in 3rd place. Crucially as well, it's the likes of, I think that is Cotaglio's got himself up into 2nd place. That's a good start for him, the pole setter from qualifying, who suddenly didn't have the moment or the momentum in the early stages of the weekend, now finds himself back in fighting form here and is there in the race lead. But look at this now, it's a 3-car breakaway with Antonio Piccioni on that level liveried TK kart machine, holding strong in P4.
Forte now has shook himself and woken up a little bit and is back on the tail of Lombardo and Cosaglio for that 1st and 2nd. Into turn number 9, they go for the first time. All drivers tightening things up slightly. Watch Forte as he approaches this corner. Avoids bouncing on that rubber, but loses a bit of time. And that driver in the TK kart of Piccioni is right there now. Is the challenge going to be on by Forte? Not just yet. Here we go then, challenges going on further back down the field. That's into turn number 1 as we've got the 4-3-1 out of the race. Cifelli now out towards turn number 9, will not carry on. Lombardo out there in the front in the Maranello, fastest driver on the circuit, using that cool air in front of him, but don't count out Cosaglio in 2nd, 0.2 tenths of a second going into turn number 5. And now your race leader is under pressure, looks over his shoulder because he knows the drivers behind are hungry and he knows who's going to be there and who's going to try and pick off places. Here's Davide Forte as we've got more battles going on through the exit of turn number 5. Yeah,
that's Simonetti and Nicastro going wheel to wheel at turn number 5. That's the battle down in P13 and 14 right now. We'll keep a close eye on all of those fights, but eyes will stay focused on this one. Cosaglio under immense pressure from Davide Forte, but right now he's not found a way past yet. He's going to go wheel to wheel over the start-finish line, and he's going to send it down the inside at turn number 1. Davide Forte back into P2, and now the hunt can go on to see if he can close in to the likes of Angelo Lombardo on that Maranello machine, who is still breaking away by 0.4 of a second. That overtake now has brought Piccioni back into play. Halblin's still there as well. You spoke with Halblin very briefly on the pre-grid. Of course, that disaster in the Super Heat yesterday put him back in the order, but he's fighting back now as Piccioni looks to the inside at turn 5, but is denied the chance. Cotaglio slams the door closed and maintains 3rd place.
Ricardo Nalon was your driver to beat in 2024, has had a more than average weekend so far, but now is sat there in 6th, being written an invitation by the drivers in front, the likes of Halblin and Piccioni, who continue to battle it out through turn number 9. Out they head then to complete one more lap. Lombardo still leading the way, 0.6 of a second. Currently he crosses the line and it is reduced by Davide Forte to just over half a second. Turns going into 1, almost overtakes, but that's a deceiving corner. It's really difficult to get it right on the rubber line. You go in too early, you go in too late, and you run a massive risk of pushing yourself off the track and onto the rumble strip, and then that sacrifices your speed into turn number 2. driver who isn't sacrificing any speed, though, is Mirko Mazzoni, who's set a 59.479. That's further down in your order. That's for 8th place. But Mazzoni had that drama in time qualifying right at the first day of races. After working on the pre-grid, halved his starting position, started on that 6th row in 11th, and now finds himself just outside the top 5. Out they go through sector number 2 once more, and things have simmered down slightly now as they go through turn number 9, that newer part of the circuit that's been resurfaced, it's been extended in 2024.
Indeed, this track has changed multiple times over the years, and like we've mentioned multiple times so far this weekend, back in 1993 when the track opened, 450 metres, and it has just extended more and more over the years. And if you actually look at the circuit from like on Google Maps or anything online, you can see all the old variations that are still hidden underneath the grass a little bit, and you can see, my goodness, they have been busy over the years changing this circuit from layout to layout. I do remember back in 2013 when they were here, as big sense down the inside, Mirko Mazzoni on the charge, getting past now Samuel Gaffner, moving up into P7. Yeah, back in the day when they used the older layout where they went all the way down the bottom end of the circuit, the KZs and KZ2s were topping out at around 175 kilometers an hour. Absolutely dizzyingly high speeds, but they still top out at around 150 this weekend on the layout that we are using here in 2 places, and that one of those places is down in towards turn number 1, right here now, going through the gears and punching it through top gear in towards turn 1, reaching 150 kilometers an hour. In towards turn number 2 we go, and like you say, yeah, indeed, it has started to boil into the bit of the long race now, as Angelo Lombardo at the front of the field continues to set that pace and goes fastest once more with a 58, a low 58 as well. Of course, those fresher tyres on board now, putting them in a really strong position for this one, as down the inside, more changes happening there. That's Alessio Lamartina getting past Samuel Gaffner as he pushes himself up into 8th place now as well. Eyes on this one. There is last year's European champion Riccardo Nallon, now under pressure from Mirko Mazzoni, who has slowly this weekend pushed his way forward. He has honestly, I think, been the one to watch in this drama for last year's champion. He's out. Mechanical gremlins for Riccardo Nallon, and that machine grinds to a halt, and that is a disaster for last year's KZ2 Masters European champion. He will go no further, and that actually might be a little bit bad for Mirko Mazzoni, because you saw him on the exit of the corner, went straight into the back of him. No fault of his own, of course. The cart just stopped in front of him as he's accelerating, and it went straight to the back of him. That might have dropped his nose cone.
Well, that's going to be detrimental. This is that replay then. So Nallon exits the corner. You can just see, shifts up a gear, something happens. Yep, straight into the back, but he does put his hand up, so he's more than aware straight away. Mechanical failure, heading out of turn number 9. But I wouldn't be surprised if that's a big front fairing penalty for the driver behind. Claps his hands, knows he's out. His European Championship tally comes to an end. He can't win this one. Eyes back on the fight in the front end of your field, though. This was between Cosaglio and Piccioni for that 3rd and 4th. Heading through turn number 2, Johnny definitely in his shadow now, looking to challenge as the race remains wide open. Anthony Jordan, the drivers in the front 2, Lombardo and Foray. Foray has caught up, and this is going to be the story of the weekend, as Lombardo looks like he's going to challenge, takes the long way round through turn number 5. Looks like he gets it wrong as Lombardo parks it in the corner, has to think twice, back out, and that opens the gap up once more.
Lombardo's back in Foray, straight up into Cosaglio there. That is a prime example of go tight, hit it on the apex, stop it on the apex there, and then power out of the corner. He's just trying to break him back. I can hear there's a little bit of a loose exhaust out there on the circuit. We'll try and figure out who that is, but something tells me, Nicole, we are going to have a long second half of this race. Watch it again. going into the corner. It's here, bang, on the brakes, and then he just backs him straight up into him. That was totally trying to put him back into the group.
That shows why these drivers are our premium drivers, because Foray read that perfectly. I think many other drivers would have gone straight into the back of Lombardo and given themselves a nose cone penalty. Once more though, Anthony, you are right. I can hear a loose exhaust out there on the circuit, so maybe we could expect a driver to start to tumble down the order as we've got more challenges going on through turn number 5. This is for that third position. Cosaglio and Piccioni are really fighting it out now through 6 and 7. Battle still rages on between your front two, so it's on for first, it's on for second, third and fourth.
It certainly is. We'll keep a close eye on it, but the problem is they don't want to continue battling like this. They kind of want to work together just that little bit to see if they can close in on Lombardo and Foray at the front. If they start battling for the remainder of this race, they might be ones to watch. As back to the front here, still the pressure is on. Davide Foray looking to the inside of turn 2. No, surely not. He backs out of that last second, but he's just showed a nose down the inside there to try and take the lead away from Lombardo, but he's not managing to do that just yet. This is going to be, for these two drivers, the longest last few laps of this race I think they will ever do. A European title is at stake here. But right now, we'll have to wait and see what happens.
We've got greats in this sport, Anthony Jordan. We've got the likes of Marco Argo, the likes of Davide Foray, who those names are huge. And Lombardo out there in the front has one of those behind him breathing down his neck. Davide Foray, that Praga is dancing underneath him as they head through turn number 9. And we've got a challenge on for that third position. Piccioni overtakes Cosaglio. Cosaglio doesn't lose out that 2 positions, does manage to stay there, but Haublin now right on his tail. That change for third position though, that's going to back those drivers, that 4 that you've just seen on your screen, away from Lombardo and Davide Foray, who are heading through turn number 3, letting the car run off of 3 a little bit wider, then cutting back to meet the white line at turn number 4 and get that run. This is an attempted move by Foray. Gets it wrong on the braking, just has to back out, so he tries, he has a look, it's covered by Lombardo, thinks against it, tucks back onto the racing line to continue circling round on the racing line, as you've got more challenges going on then for third position, and Haublin now has just taken 2 for the price of 1 and jumped into third place. He now could potentially be on the podium. Cosaglio now having a bit of a tough time, and all these drivers from 3rd to 6th are all communicating with each other, and I'd say a few of those in that order are not very happy.
Indeed. We'll keep a close eye on this one, because again, not only is this just a chance of standing on the top step of the podium, it's also of who will be the European champion in 2025. At the moment, Angelo Lombardo in the lead of this race has 95 championship points. Davide Foray in second place has 94 championship points. 1 point separates these two. 1 overtake will make the difference of who is European champion in 2025. But now Haublin, despite the fact that you were saying, yes, okay, that was some good racing he'd done there, he's now under investigation for potentially causing a collision. So we'll have to keep a close eye on this one. But Foray now seemingly seems to have just dropped back from the likes of Lombardo. Now, is this a ploy? Is he making him feel like, okay, you're all right, I was going to save my tyres a little bit, I'm going to cool the temps down a little bit, and then I'm going to re-attack later on in the race?
Davide Foray, though, I would say is going to challenge. He's a driver. He's been going since the 80s. He won his first championship in 1994. He's won championships way before I think a lot of the drivers here joining us this weekend, especially the KZ2s, were even born. He's won one in 2003, in 2004, and now he is right there on the tail of Lombardo, trying to win one more, but this time in 2025, and in this time in KZ2 Masters, still shadowing around Lombardo, who looks settled out there on the track. Not a jitter or a twist in that Maranello as he heads through turn number 5. Does look over his shoulder to see what the gap is. That is that stage a minute ago that we saw Anthony Jordan. Lombardo race clever, show us that these drivers have karting hardwired into their brains when he parked it through turn number 5. And Foray, looking now to me by eye, he's starting to slow down, he's starting to drop a bit of pace, because the gap is now 3.5 tenths of a second. This is further down the order, just behind, battling it out for that second position. That's Piccioni being hustled by Mitsoni through turn number 9. Battles going on further down the order. This is at turn number 5. So that's the two Paralympians, I think, almost getting tangled up with each other.
Yeah, indeed. That is a little further down in the order, but still a good little run that they are having. Still fighting the way. That's Samuele Simonetti and Daniel Bray, who are going wheel to wheel. Eyes back on this one. Well, all of a sudden, blink and they're back together. Davide Forte all over that rear bumper once more on Lombardo. And once again, we're going to see a defensive posture from the two Italians here at the front end. It had simmered down for a little bit between the two of them. And again, I think that was down to, Davide Forte trying to cool the tyres down a little bit. Remember, it's so easy to overheat these Dunlops over the course of these laps if you push too hard over too many laps. So now he brought it back. Now he's bringing it back into play. Second attempt at going for the lead, as we're now going to go onto lap number 6 as they go wheel to wheel over the start-finish line. And Lombardo slams the door closed, denies Forte a chance to get through at turn number 1. That's as close as you can get between the two of them. The two Italians, again, he parks it on the apex. He slams on the brakes to try and push him backwards into the order. And Piccioni and Mazzoni have to have a look at this fight and think they've got to be able to close in on it.
Absolutely. It looked like previously Forte maybe just sacrificed a little bit of pace, cooled the tyres down so he could get that push lap in, did that push lap, but got held up by Lombardo, parked it on that white line once more, and he was lucky actually to not go in the back, as we've got drama out at turn number that's turn number 9, I think. So dust being picked up off the grass and probably swept over onto the track, as that was further down the field. Eyes on this fight though for position 3 going through turn number 9. Piccioni still sat there in third position. Mazzoni not challenging just yet. Can he challenge into turn number 1? Is he going to pull out? No, he doesn't. Stays on the racing line, uses that rubber, gets the run down through turn number 2. That's not somewhere we see drivers overtake easily. If you're going to do it into turn number 2, it has to be bravery on 4 wheels as we really head into the most exciting and those dying stages of this race. Who's going to have it? Is it going to be Lombardo? Is it going to be Davide Forte?
Well, we are moments away from finding out that fact, as once again they head down into that braking zone of turn number 5. Much tighter line for Lombardo. Forte taking the slightly wider line. He's all over that rear bumper once again as they fight to change down the gears. You can see them going one-handed now on that steering wheel, getting it up all the way to 6th gear through the flat-out turn of turn number 8, over the bumps and bores, down into that new part of the track that was only built down in 2024. And now they extend back onto the original part of the circuit. Back over the start-finish line once again, wheel to wheel. Lombardo covers off the attack on the inside line. Forte switches to the outside, but again, he cannot find the way through. The two Italians are absolutely nail-bitingly close. Oh, and there's contact between the two of them. The two of them collide together. And now Piccioni and Mazzoni are closing in. It's going to be a 4-way Italian fight for the podium here at the Sarno circuit in KZ2 Masters. Surely not on this last lap of the race. It's so very close between these drivers. But right now, Lombardo is still holding off the attack from Davide Forte. Piccioni and Mazzoni still there in 3rd and 4th, fighting to try and close in. But with the dying stages of this race, there is just no way, surely, it can happen between these drivers. In towards turn number 9. It's so close to the end of this race. The last lap board will be out this time. Ring the dinner bell, drop a gear and disappear, says Daniel. Oh my goodness me, how close could you be? Davide Forte again, and now Piccioni's involved. Piccioni's all over the case. Forte's down the inside. They wrestle to change gear, but there's contact. Lombardo's out. Oh no. Oh, Angelo Lombardo. It was a beautiful race, but the misjudgment under braking drops him out of contention. And now, I think it's Piccioni who leads the way. Yes, it is. Oh, look at this. It's Antonio Piccioni on the TK car that leads the way. This is absolutely superb. But now Christian Halblin is there to play ball as well. Halblin was interviewed at the start of this race thinking, oh, there's no way we're going to win this one. But now it's very possible. The two of them absolutely line astern with 1 corner to go. Will it be Italy on that top step of the podium Will it be Halblin on the top step of that podium? To the line they go. It's the checker flag at the weight. Is it Italy? Is it Piccioni in 2025? It's Antonio Piccioni, European champion in KZ2 in 2025. The Masters deliver, and Italy is on top with Antonio Piccioni. Absolutely sublime from the Italian. The TK Kart Factory team can celebrate. The beautiful, stunning yellow livery of that machine will be stood on the top step of the podium all the way to the last lap. He never gave up. He never gave up hope at all. Antonio Piccioni delivers in Italy, and that is how you want to start 3 finals at the end of this one. Halblin finishes in 2nd place. Angelo Lombardo, despite the dramas, will be 3rd. But there on your screen, confirmed by 4 championship points ahead of Davide Fore. 88 points puts Antonio Piccioni, your 2025 FIA Karting European champion. My goodness me. Oh dear, I'm sure he will want to take an almighty breath after that race. That is a fight to the end for Piccioni. He started this on the 2nd row of the grid in P3. He finished in P5 in his Super Heat earlier on in the weekend. It was looking like a favorite, but the start of that final, he dropped back, but he certainly kept his head clean. He kept his head clear as well. And my goodness me, does he find his way to the front. There is your full classification then of the end of the KZ2 Masters final. Antonio Piccioni claims the crown in 2025 ahead of Christian Halblin. Angelo Lombardo ahead of Davide Fore. Fabio Mafuca finishing in P5 ahead of Andrea Castro. Manuel Cosaglio, the pole sitter from qualifying, finishing in P7. Emanuele Simonetti and Daniel Bray ran out the top 9 ahead of Samuel Gaffner, who rounds out the top 10. Alessio Lamattina and Mirko Mizzoni at the end of that one. Such a shame for Mizzoni. He was closing in and part of that fight. Unfortunately, right at the end, tumbles down to P12. Constantini from Riccardo Melis, a 10th-place gain in that race, puts him just inside the top 15 ahead of Patrick Lloydell and the rest of the field. Spagni from Ladar, Volhauser from Vaca, Koshav from Tonoli, then it's Ray from Pachi who rounds out the 25 finishers. There though, on your screen, Antonio Piccioni, 2025 KZ2 Masters European champion. Absolutely sublime. And that is a smile I think will be lasting on his face for quite a few more months until, of course, we head to Franciacorta for the FIA World Finals. He will be the man to watch, the European driver from Italy here in Sarno can be congratulated by his fellow competitors and countrymen out there. For the TK Kart Factory team, that's a title adding to their tally. There is your championship standings at the end of it then. Piccioni on the line, claiming 88 championship points and will stand firmly on that top step of the podium. Davide Fore, 2nd in the points, finishes unfortunately not on the podium in this one, finishes P4. Angelo Lombardo, Christian Halblin, Manuel Cosaglio, Fabio Berfuco, Alessio Lamattina, Andrea Nicastro, Samuel Gaffner, and Emanuele Simonetti round out the top 10 at the end of the 2025 season. It was only a one-off weekend for the European title in 2025 for KZ2 Masters, but the job is done, and it's thumbs up from Antonio Piccioni. A superb drive, and yes, he knows it. TK Kart Factory team, thank you very much for that perfect machinery over the course of this weekend. Well, you can imagine this is such a beautiful moment for him. Of course, an Italian on the podium here in Italy is always a beautiful thing. And for him, he can celebrate in fashion on that podium. He'll be joined, of course, by Christian Halblin and Angelo Lombardo on that podium. Of course, that is post-scrutineering any checks, of course. Nose cone penalties can be applied and all sorts of those things. But for him, the job is done. He's got a bit of a wait until he actually heads to the weighbridge. He simmered it down quite a bit at the end of that race. Let's have a look at the highlights from that one, because my goodness, from the word go, there was a few of them. The start initially, Lombardo breaking away at the front, getting that job done. Watch Piccioni, you can see him there on the TK kart, the yellow livery, in third place. Gets a brilliant jump off the line ahead of Manuel Cosaglio. Cosaglio as well did also fight back in that race, unfortunately dropping down to 7th place just at the end. But watch them at the front here. Superb control. You saw Cosaglio take the wider line there through turn 1. Actually got the jump on Forte as well, who was trying to defend off the likes of Piccioni right at the start of that race. Christian Halblin on that TBK kart. You can see him right round the outside, really pushing as hard as he could in those earlier stages. And like you say, he seems so disheartened going on to this final, because he was thinking there is no way we could possibly find ourselves on the podium for this one. Well, for you, Christian, you found yourself P2 on that podium. An absolutely superb drive at the end of that one. Just delivering those little results here, because you can see how the battles were starting to rage on all the way throughout it. You saw the likes of the Birol Art of Cosaglio, of course, pushing forward. Samuel Gaffner just slowly going backwards in the order as well. But a tense moment for a lot of those drivers. There was the dramatic moment. Last year's European champion out of the race. And that was a big moment there for him, because, well, all the way to the end of this one, we were thinking, how are we going to see some brilliant stuff from himself, last year's European champion, but it just didn't happen. Engine braking right at the end. Then the fight between these two, Lombardo and Forte, the longest second half of a final ever. Lap 11, you can see that first little attempt into the braking zone at turn number 2, just on the brakes, little mistakes here and there. Piccioni, that move there actually turned out to be the most important overtake of the race, getting past Cosaglio and in it to second place. But later it then all fell down. Of course, Halblin got through. You can see Piccioni managed to get back through. Cosaglio not happy, throwing his hands up in the air. Then you had the likes of Mirko Mezzoni. The driver was disqualified in time qualifying and now found himself fighting right to that sharp end. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get on that podium right to the end of that race, dropping all the way down to P12. So not the result he would have wanted. This moment here, how close could you be between these drivers? This wasn't just a final, this was a title fight as well between Lombardo and Davide Forte. The two of them just piling into each other to try and get past. You can imagine the frustration that was kicking in. And then at this moment here, Forte down the inside of Lombardo, tried to get the undercut, but then made contact with the rear bumper, and round he went. Lombardo's hopes of taking a title were over, but the fight wasn't over yet. There was another angle of it. Piccioni managing to get through into the lead, also making contact with Davide Forte. And actually, I didn't see this moment on the screen. That's how Mirko Mezzoni went off. So my goodness, we missed that bit on the broadcast. So that was a huge moment there. So actually, there could be a hefty amount of damage on board the likes of Antonio Piccioni's wagon. But a photo finish across the line. Piccioni and Halblin 1-2 in the European fight. Well, my goodness me, that's as close as you'd like to see it. Angelo Lombardo, though, will take a third place. But my goodness, will we have to check some of those no cones after this race? And that could mean we could see drivers further behind get pushed up the order. But look at that at the end. Italy on top with TK Kart Factory Team and Antonio Piccioni, who claims a 2025 KZ2 Masters FIA Karting European title. Well, amazing stuff. As the track falls quiet for a few moments, we'll be heading to the podiums very soon, of course. We'll be down chatting with some of our drivers as well, with Nicole Sutherland. There's another quick look at your championship standings as well. Those podiums taking place directly after the final as well, so don't go anywhere, because that will be an almighty one to watch, I can imagine. Piccioni from Forte, Lombardo from Halblin, Cosaglio, Befuco, Lamartina, Nicastro Gaffner and Simonetti, your top 10 in the championship standings after a one-weekend fight in KZ2 Masters. 4 points separates the top 2 at the end of the 2025 season. Well, a brilliant end for them, of course, as the band starts to play the music over at the podium area. We'll be down there very, very shortly with our drivers, of course, but of course all those checks will have to be made before the end of this one, because, well, certainly for all of them, that was quite an almighty battle right at the end of that one. But I can imagine the adrenaline now needs to start to simmer down for the field. But for all of these drivers, yes, a very, very tense moment. Here was the fight again between these two, Lombardo and Davide Fore, all the way to the end of this one. Both of them just piling into each other, trying to defend it. This was the dramatic moment that changed everything. The final lap of the race. And just that beautiful overtake from Fore, but then disaster striking on that last bit. And then again, the next bit, Piccioni wheel to wheel with Fore. And that's what caused the dramatic moment for Fore as well. Out of the race, he checks over the shoulder. He can see that they've gone through, tries to defend the attack from it. Then this moment here, Mirko Mazzoni trying to go around the outside. Understandably, of course, you can see those two have piled into each other. He went for a clear piece of track, but unfortunately, it just didn't go his way. And that is, oh my goodness, what a final that was for the KZ2 Masters. Well, we will see them on the podium very, very shortly. Looking forward to that one, of course. Piccioni not only taking that final, but of course the title as well. But that is going to be one story to tell at the end of his season and his weekend, of course, as well. Let's head down, though, to Parc Fermé, because Nicole Sutherland is down there with our drivers.
I absolutely am then, and after a dramatic KZ2 Masters final, we have our top 3 confirmed, which our number 1 driver is Antonio. Antonio, drama in that final. I think we need to hear it from your perspective. What happened? How did it unfold?
We know that Angelo and Davide fight so much in the last lap, and only I need to be ready for fight, and this is what happened. Davide and Angelo go outside. Davide try to close, but in this case I have the correct line. I can only push the gas and finish my lap, and what a feeling, fantastic. My team worked a lot with me for help to this result. Last year in European Championship we participating in only second final, and we arrived second. And we know that it's possible. And this year we are here.
And with your experience and the years of craft that you have, when you saw the crash unfold in front of you, what was going on in your head?
It's possible.
Yes.
It's possible. Only this. But I start with only this thing. It's possible, and I only push.
Well, you've pushed, and you've pushed to that top step of the podium. Congratulations. We'll then hear from our drivers in second and third. Second was Christian Haublin. Christian, great result. We spoke to you on the grid walk earlier on. You seemed confident then. You must be pretty happy with the P2.
Hey, it was perfect. Everything happened in the last lap, but from the first lap I pushed. I tried to be with the group in the front and to do my best. I was hoping that in the end will be some chaos, and it was. But yeah, in the start it was a difficult race because I start P7 and this is disaster to make the best result, no? But in the end we are happy and perfect result.
Perfect results, but Christian, tell me about the track conditions out there, because that must have seemed like such a long race until all of the chaos was going on. How did you manage it? Tell us about that part of the race.
The race was very long race. Was difficult. I only think to do my best just to not do mistake and try to follow the group and finish, nothing else.
Well, Christian, congratulations. You'll be on the podium.
Thank you very much.
We'll then head behind you to Fabio. Fabio, drama in the last stages. Did you expect a podium? Tell us about the race.
È stata una gara indescrivibile, non me l'aspettavo, è stata un'emozione unica. sono risalito dalla 14ª posizione, non credevo di fare podio. Niente, ringrazio tutti, i miei sponsor, il mio team, mio padre in primis che mi sostiene sempre, la mia famiglia, mia moglie, mia figlia, tutti. Sono contentissimo.
And Fabio, you're in this sport because you love it, you know, the driving is fantastic. Tell us a little bit more about yourself, about your racing previously.
Le prossime gare non lo so, vedremo per il mondiale a Franciacorta e per il momento non sappiamo ancora il programma. Grazie a tutti.
Well, thank you very much, Fabio, and congratulations. I think a handshake is in order from one of our dignitaries this weekend. Here in Italy, to have such a fantastic result on your home ground, that must be something that adds to it a little bit more, that makes it extra special?
Sì, la pista di casa è un'emozione fare bene qui perché è casa mia, Sorrentino, Rosario, è un amico. Ringrazio tutti, ringrazio veramente tutti e alla prossima.
Well, congratulations.
Grazie.
We'll continue to walk forward to the podium then. Behind me we've got our band playing. What a spectacular show put on this weekend here in Sarno by the Sorrentino family. Anthony Jordan is ready for our podiums to talk us through who is going to be on there. Congratulations to our drivers. Anthony Jordan will take it away.
Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are nearly done with the podium presentations, but we'll now start with the KZ2 Masters, and we'll start with third place. After a frantic final, please welcome onto the podium, Gabriel Belfuco. In second position after a very, very tough fight through the field. We did speak to him at the start thinking there was no hope of being on the podium, but the hope was there. In second position, it's Christian Haublin. And you are your race winner and European champion in 2025. It's Antonio Piccioni. And please welcome as well onto the podium the TK Kart Factory team, team boss Tony Taglienti. Well, once again, here in Italy, the one thing we love to do is a national anthem, and in the home country, it is time to listen to the national anthem of Italy. big round of applause to your top three in KZ2 Masters. We'd now like to welcome onto the podium to present the Winners' Trophy, starting with third position. Please welcome Rosario Sonatino, Head of Organisation here from the Napoli Circuit, to present the third place trophy to Gabriel Belfuco. A superb drive for Belfuco, as he'll be delighted with taking a podium in 2025. Please now once again welcome Rosario Sorrentino to present the second place trophy, heading to Christian Haublin. Beautiful run for Haublin, the TP Kart team doing a brilliant job over the weekend, and again a deserved podium at the end of that final. And finally, please welcome onto the podium the CEO of the Circuito Internazionale Napoli, Giuseppe Solentino, to present the Winners' Trophy, heading to Antonio Piccioni. Again, a superb drive for Piccioni, a fight all the way to the end, and those overtakes in the middle of the race turning out to be more important than he realised. And finally, please welcome onto the podium the manager of Mondo Kart Racing, Matteo Cauda, to present the team's trophy, heading to TK Kart Factory Team and to Tony Taglianti. Well, a brilliant end to their weekend. Drivers, I know it's hot, I know it's warm, but we'll get you these wreaths as well on the podium as well. So if we turn the drivers on there to present those wreaths to the drivers, a brilliant end to end their weekend. But we'll ask for some photos in these last few moments. We'll get the drivers to lift those trophies as high up in the air as they possibly can. But certainly a very deserving end to the weekend, of course, as we'll be heading to Franciacorta for the World Finals at the end of the 2025 season. Well, drivers, if you could, grab those trophies and lift them as high as you possibly can in the air for all of the media out there. Brilliant stuff at the end of the weekend. Nice big round of applause to your top three in the KZ2 Masters. A fabulous end. And then finally, of course, if we get everyone to squeeze in as close as we can, if we get everyone on the top step and we get everyone close in. Matteo, if you want to close in as well. Giuseppe, yeah, all close in. Get nice and close on the top step or in front of the podium. There we go. And brilliant stuff as well. Yeah, as well, all closing in. Nice big smiles once again. And another big, huge round of applause for your KZ2 Masters here in the sunshine at the Sarno circuit in Italy. Well, it's not over just yet. Smiles are all around, but anyone in nice clothing probably want to duck and cover at this point. As for the drivers, for the last time in the European and the first time in the European Championship, it is ready for the bottles of champagne. Are we ready? Are we steady? Let it rip! Well, there it is for KZ2 Masters and for Antonio Piccioni. He will douse the team. A very deserving end to their final. But it is not over yet. Two more finals to go as we'll head back to the track because KZ2 are coming up for their last race of the weekend. One final down, 2 to go. KZ2 is coming up next. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the box. The temperatures were high at the very end of that KZ2 Masters final. That one is going to go down in history, I can imagine, for a long time. But KZ2 final now, about to head onto the circuit. And one question remains alone for this one. And that is, can anyone beat the likes of Maxim Orlov, who finds himself on the front row of the grid for this one? I don't know, Nicole. This is going to be a close fight to the end.
I've dubbed him this weekend, you know, throughout the racing, the king of KZ2 for 2025. He's been unstoppable. Nobody's even touched him. And I think for Orlov, if those drivers in that grid let him get away to, you know, if they're going to do it, it needs to be in the opening laps. Otherwise, he's just going to pull away. He'll drop a gear, disappear, and it will be the same story from what we've seen in Valencia and from our racing so far. But he's got some quick drivers around him, the likes of Kayak, who's starting alongside. You know, he can be hustled. He can maybe be pushed down the order. But I think drivers around him are going to need to work together.
Yeah, they certainly will do. Because, of course, the last thing they want to do is they want to start fighting for second, third, fourth, all of that when, you know, Orlov just breaks away. So, you know, it's one of those. So they're just going to have to somewhat, I think, bite the bullet and just deal with what they've got to deal with in that race.
Absolutely. You know, these drivers out there, they're your future stars. These are your drivers that are trying to progress through karting and then probably move on to cars. You know, they've already got experience behind them to get to this level. They're quick, they're controlled, and they're fiery. They're their youngest drivers out here this weekend, and they will absolutely put on a show for you in our biggest and busiest grid here in Sarno, led by Maxim Orlov. At that start, your drivers then are heading down and onto the track to receive their medals. So we have the likes of Orlov leading the way. Of course, Kayak will be in there, and Russo as well. KZ2, driver age is 15 plus. Entries this weekend is 69 drivers from 20 different nationalities, drivers from joining us from all corners of the world. Out there, it's going to be spectacular. Like we said, they're young and they're feisty. Power unit then, 125cc, 6-speed, 2-stroke engines. Output is 50 kilometers per hour, the same as what we saw from our Masters. But the minimum weight changes for our KZ2s because it's 175 kilos of total kart, engine and driver. Tyres for this class then, we'll be using the Dunlops for dry, Dunlops for wet, but of course I would not be expecting to see those deployed for our final. Tyre allocation, set and a half to full sets, and then 2 sets of wets are available to these drivers throughout the weekend, but like we said, not used here in Sarno, the absolute opposite of that, of course, as temperatures now peak to around 33 degrees, the hottest that these drivers will probably see throughout this weekend. Some of the hottest conditions a lot of these drivers would ever probably had to deal with.
Yeah, indeed, and just before you finish that sentence, it then creeped up to 34 degrees.
Oh, okay.
So it's only getting hotter for the drivers out there, as you can see the field making their way out onto the circuit. And again, long weekend of racing for them. Not all these drivers have made it through. These drivers just squeaking to the end of it. And one of them, very crucially there, right to the back of the grid, Noah Wolf, just making it into the final. Again, a lot of work having to go over the course of that one. There again, the band providing that one, the Città di Sarno band out there, who have been giving us our national anthems, the upbeat music for the drivers to walk out and to head to the podium, of course. Fabulous tunes from them. But still, I can imagine it's quite hot, and those instruments in the sun, I can imagine, get quite hot as well. I know that would be a quite tricky one to deal with, but brilliant tunes from them over the course of today, and we look forward to hearing them as the day continues. Well, drivers lined up ready to go there. The medal ceremony will begin in a few moments' time, but of course we will hear the fabulous national anthem of Italy very, very soon, I am sure. For all of these drivers, the karts will make their way out onto the grid, but for right now, it is a case of listening now to that national anthem of Italy. Brilliant stuff from the band here in Sarno as the medal ceremony gets underway for KZ2. For all of these drivers, they've had to work hard over the course of the weekend and from time qualifying all the way throughout it. But the main driver that has been unbeaten is that man there. For CPB Sport, Maxim Orlov has just not been defeated so far this weekend. Can he continue that trend into this final as well? As you can see, the medal ceremony beginning. Giuseppe Sorrentino, CEO of the International Circuit of Naples, to present those medals to the top running drivers on the grid for this one. You can see there the likes of Schleimer, Van Verven, Scrivan as well. Schurman's in that area. Brilliant run for them. There's Eli Goldstein receiving his medal. Samuel Oyer as well, from the likes of everyone around them. Brilliant work from these drivers over the course of this weekend. But certainly the job is not done just yet. There you can see also just in the background, Rosario Solentino as well. He'll be out there to present some of the medals, as well as Matteo Cardo as well, manager of Mondo Cup Racing, also to present the medals to the drivers as well. There you can see the karts heading out to the grid slots. Mechanics have been working tirelessly hard over the course of this weekend to provide the ultimate package for their drivers this weekend. And as you can see by the flurry of Sodi race suits out there, you can see that the CPB Sport team have done a pretty decent job over this weekend. There is Rosario Sorrentino, head of organisation here at the Naples circuit, to present those medals to the drivers in the sunshine here. Beautiful backdrop here as well at the Sarno circuit. You see the cliffs in the background, of course, are under the shadow of Mount Vesuvius off in the distance. A beautiful part of the world here in southern Italy. But for these drivers, the conditions and surrounding sceneries will change drastically for that third and final round for KZ2 and KZ, because they'll be heading to the Mulsanne circuit in Germany for that final round in a few weeks' time. We look forward to that one. With the last of those drivers now heading onto this grid. For these drivers now who are at the back of this field, they've really just scraped their way through into this final. The likes of, say, the last 5 rows out there. Lewis Speck, who's had drama over the course of this one. Leonardo Bonomo, who's also had dramas as well. Tom Dussel, Andrea Dale, Jesper Schoenberg, Hugo Besson, Noah Wolf, and Alvaro Simmesvara. These are all well-known names in the world of karting, who have all just scraped into this final. Matteo Cardo there as well from Mondo Cup Racing, the title sponsor over the many few years for the FIA Karting Championships, out there to help present the medals. That's an indication of how hot it is. Wet flannel on the head for Maxim Orlov there on the grid, priming himself ready to go for this final. And like you say, a pretty hectic one for the KZ2 Masters. I can imagine maybe even a little bit more feisty for this one. There you can see Noah Wolf receiving his medal, the last of the drivers just to make it on to the grid. But those drivers will head off to their wagons very, very soon. But as you can see, the smile's still on the faces there of the drivers. So there, Timo Jungling just smiling away as the field will make their way down to the grids. We are moments away from starting this KZ2 final. We'll be hearing down on the grid very soon, I'm sure, from Nicole Sutherland, who will be down there chatting away with some of our drivers ahead of this final. And like you say, speaking to Christian Halverden in that KZ2 Masters one very briefly, he was so disheartened going into it, thinking, hey, the mistake that we made in the Super Heat earlier on the weekend put us right back in the field. There was no hope. Ended up on the podium. Could that be the same story for one, if not a couple, of these drivers in KZ2 as well? Some of these drivers still very young in their age, stepping up from many junior categories into seniors for the first time. Of course, drivers age from around 15 onwards in the category, and have really pushed themselves forward. For a lot of their fellow drivers who they used to race with in previous years, they may have gone already up into the world of Formula racing into Formula 4. But these drivers sticking with the gearbox karting, and honestly, I think it's a good choice for the drivers. Let's take a look at that starting lineup, though. Maxim Orlov and Marcus Kayak will lock out row number 1. What can they do from there? Corentin Rousseau and Samuele Leopardi go from row number 2. Kasper Schulmans and Maximilian Schleimer of Germany, they lock out row number 3. Maurits Skriran from Czechia and Dan van Verven from the Netherlands go from row 4. The Lavatr Poulain of France and Dominic Simek, also of Czechia, on row number 5. Eli Goldstein and Samuel Luye will lock out a row number 6. Jaden Teen and Michael Paparo go from row 7. They'll have Jene Savico and Jean Luye on row number 8. Timo Jungling and Joel Valtonen will go from row number 9, and they'll be on the first half of that field. The second half of the field will see Matti Rittinen and Anatoly Kavalkin. They will have Paolo Ciontieri and Mattis Bruges on row 11. Tigran Manatian and Alessia Pacini will round out the 12 rows of the grid. Alejandro Leoth and Jay Irwin go from row 13. They'll have Eric Holm and Kian Fardin on row 14. Lewis Speck and Leonardo Bonomo on row 15 will lock out the top 30 on the field. Andrea Dale, Tom Dussel, Jesper Sjöberg, Hugo Besson, Noah Wolf, and Alvar Sibitsvara will round out the 36 kart field in this KZ2 final here at the Sarno circuit in Italy. We are moments away from seeing the start of that one. Drivers down there now. The band makes their way off the circuit. Brilliant work from them. They can enjoy watching this one from the shade, just like they did the KZ2 Masters final. But right now, it is KZ2 that will be heading to the track next. In a few moments' time, we'll be heading down to Nicole Sutherland, who is down there chatting to some of our drivers. If you think anything from the KZ2 Masters final, that was exciting. Something tells me this one could be a very similar story, if not fractionally more exciting, with those younger drivers with all that feistiness, energy inside them, wanting to see what they can do heading to that final round in Germany. Well, let's head down to the grid. Nicole Sutherland, it's over to you.
Down here on the grid, like you just said then, Anthony, and I'm with none other than Maxim Orlov. Maxim, you've been unstoppable this year, this weekend, but going into this final, how much of this for you is going to be strategy or luck? What's going to play into it?
I just will do my job. We have a last session of this week, so yeah, we just need to finish our job. Oh yeah, in the Super Heat was good, yeah, good pace, so I hope it will be the same in the final.
Well, we'll see if you can do that again. The 3-minute board is about to come out then for these drivers to notify them that the final is about to be underway. The question on our minds has been, is Maxim Orlov going to take yet another win? We're shortly going to find out. Back up into the commentary box then. KZ2s are about to be underway.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, down there on the grid. And like you say, for Maxim Orlov, the job is simple. Do what he has done for the entirety of this weekend, which is start on pole and take it to the flag. Let's have a look at your current championship standings, though, in this one. Well, Maxim Orlov has been the driver to beat in this one. Maximum points to his name so far over this season. Dominant performance in Valencia, scoring 100 points. He has continued that trend with another 50 points he's collected in the qualifying heats and super heats phase. Whether or not he can continue that trend into this final as well. Kasper Schulman, second in the points with 105. Sits ahead of Marcus Kayak with 82. He just sits 2 points ahead of Tigran Banatian, who is fourth in the standings. Corentin Rousseau and Maximilian Schleimer, they are close on points as well, 78 and 73 to their name. They are just 1 point ahead of Eli Goldstein of Belgium in his first year in gearbox racing, who sits 7th in the championship. Joel Valtonen 8th with 57 points ahead of Samuele Leopardi, and Paavo Tontieri of Finland, who rounds out the top 10 with 28 points to his name that he has collected over the course of the 2 rounds here in Italy, and of course at the start of the season in Spain. Maxim Orlov, suited and booted, ready to go at the front of the field, and the task is not yet completed for him. One more race to go in this final, the longest race he will do this weekend. But as we've said over the course of it, he has kept his nerve, he has kept his composure throughout this weekend. But can he be beaten by that man there? Marcus Kayak of Estonia. he has been one to really pay attention to in the 2025 season. Close in the points there, 82 to his name, third in the points, but starts this one on the front row of the grid and is in line to claim a huge chunk of championship points at the end of this 18-lap final. Other drivers as well, maybe even the pole sitter from qualifying from France, Corentin Rousseau on the second row of the grid. He as well has shown incredible pace this weekend and certainly could be one to watch in this final. Can he take that qualifying pace all the way throughout this final? Last words of encouragement from his mechanic before they get sent on their way. This race was due to start at 1:45. You can see there it's 1:50, so on schedule, a little bit behind at the moment by 5 minutes, but still working incredibly hard out there. Other drivers as well. Samuele Leopardi and the 311 machine from Italy is the highest ranked Italian driver on that grid on the second row of the grid. What can he do from there? That's going to be the ultimate test. Nicole Sutherland, you join me back in the commentary box. Dramatic is an understatement of what that KZ2 Masters final was. KZ2, you would think with the younger drivers, might be a wee bit more feisty.
Absolutely. You've got drivers out there in the field that definitely get their elbows out, and this is a full grid, 36 karts out there, and so much talent, you know, everywhere. We've got Tigran Bonatian, who was on the podium in Valencia. He's starting further down the field. We've got Noah Wolf is right at the back. Timo Youngling is in 17th. So you've got drivers out of position. Juho Valtonen is alongside Timo on that 9th row in 18th, really mixing things up. And then you've got drivers like Dion van Verven, who's on that 4th row. Dion, fast driver, fast around the circuit, but hasn't managed to keep himself out of trouble this weekend. He's had a smattering of penalties for both jump starts and contact out there on the circuit. So watch that unfold. How will Dion fare in this grid? Sodis, though, this year have looked absolutely fantastic. They have got an all-Sodi row number 3, but it's broken up by an all-Birrell row number 2. So watch that story unfold. Then your driver that kind of does break up the trend, Marcus Kayak on that IPK, starting on that second row. Great pace throughout the weekend. You said it just a moment ago. You know, Kayak, don't count him out. But we said it on the introductory bit after the lunch break. I think if these drivers want to dethrone the king of Orlov, they've got to do it in that opening lap.
Yeah, indeed. Marcus Kayak, of course, Estonian champion. He knows how to win races like this. But on the full European stage, the international stage, I'd say, in this certainly is going to be one to keep a very, very close eye on. A couple of warm-up laps then for the drivers to get everything up to temperature. You know, if you want to put your money on a driver on this one, you have to say, of course, Maxim Orlov. You just can't because, you know, he's dominated everything. But if you were going to go for a wildcard choice on this one, Nicole, anyone from any row of the grid, put into mind that we saw Alessio Piccini from the second row of the grid take the win in that final in KZ2 Masters. Again, I can't pick one, but I'm going to make you pick it.
Okay, I'm going to go maybe a little bit rogue, but I have full faith in Elik Goldstein starting from 11th.
Really?
He had a heat win yesterday. He's a quick driver. He's not necessarily known for being successful in KZ2. It's his rookie year in KZ2, but he's known on the international stage. And he's come into this, he's not really got anything to lose, especially not in this final. He'll be starting alongside Samuel Loyer, but I'd like to say somebody could maybe thread a needle through the traffic, pick off some places. Goldstein has got it under his belt to maybe achieve that. Schulman's, I think podium-wise, is more than capable. He had a podium in Valencia, but it was taken away. I think this one could maybe be anybody's games. We've got Pasquale out there then watching down. He is your race director. This weekend will be stood on that start-finish gantry, watching the drivers and getting that starting procedure all correct for this full starting 36.
Yeah, indeed. Biggest grid we've seen so far this weekend. And just a note on that, the starts have been rapid. Usually, you know, you see the 4 red lights come on, they hold them for about 1 or 2 seconds, and then they release them. But on this one, they just get sent straight away. Obviously, drivers getting the 2 formation laps over the course of this one to get all the release agent off the tyres, get everything up to pressure. You can see the yellow light flashing on there, sending the drivers around once again for another lap, just to give them that extra bit of time to get sorted out. With that, though, obviously, temperatures do increase quite considerably for the drivers. Saw very briefly 34 degrees out there. Oh my, is it warm.
Well, I think that's why you can see these drivers going so slowly. You can see Goldstein in the background there just weaving around. So that's to scrub off the sealing agent that's on those tyres, make sure that it's not shiny anymore, that it's rubbered in. But they're not barreling into these corners because they don't want to take out any unnecessary grip. They don't want to get the temperatures too hot because those tyres are scorching before the green has even gone out, with the air temperature out there being above 33 degrees now. As you can see them going down the start-finish straight, just trying to weave, getting that shine off the tyre.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, right now would be a good time to maybe find their grid slot and maybe do an 11s on their grid slot to pile down a bit of rubber. That would always be a bit handy for them. But yeah, none of them doing that one at this moment. There you can see the back of the grid just to get those temps into the tyres. This is actually quite a technical part of their race weekend, really. They'll have the dashboard on the steering wheel. That'll have a lot of data on there, of course, engine temps. They've got water temps on there as well. Lots of things, got gear they're in, but and the revs as well. They need to keep that all within a sort of great operating window. Too hot, the engine won't perform as well, which is why we've not seen so much slipstreaming going on over the course of this weekend, because you might think that actually there's a long straights here. Why are we not seeing those sort of slipstreams? Because of the stagnant air, because the air is so hot in that dirty air that they don't get the cooling that they need, and then the engine suffers a little bit. They don't get the power that they need to actually do it.
Exactly that. You don't see these drivers towing up to each other because in these conditions it doesn't really exist. You need a hole in the air, that cooler air, to really go through the radiator and keep temperature cool. I think within the racing, if you're in that midfield section, the likes of Youngling, Voutanen, Kavaukin, we've got Raitanen in there as well. They're those drivers that are going to be in really, in the hottest part of that grid, really are going to struggle with that, especially in those opening stages. The drivers at the front, like Orlov, who have completely cool, clean air in front of him, really benefited from those previous results and benefited from being out there, driving around in their own air. Of course, there is a little bit of, when you're out there alone, you haven't got a chase. So for some drivers, they start to back off, but that's not what we've seen from Maxim Orlov this year. He actually performs best when he's completely alone. Here they go then. Orlov comes out of the final corner to head down and find his grid spot. As we see some of the mechanics just watching from the grandstands there, you can see they've made some makeshift cooling towels with those microfibers.
I'd say, most importantly, that was the Formula K team, where their man, Marcus Kayak, starting on the front row of the grid. They've got a prime viewing spot there. However, I do wish they had the T-shirt on. But right now, it's right now we'll see what they can do from this field, as the field is stopped finally on the front of the grid. It took a bit of time there to get themselves warmed up and ready, but we are finally seconds away from seeing who will get that whole shot down in towards turn number 1 in KZ2. So far this weekend, Maxim Orlov has been dominant in those race starts. He has not been beaten to turn number 1 in any race that has happened. Will that change now? He had dramas with his race starts in Valencia. Something's clearly happened testing-wise over the course of the weekends in between now and then, have put him back on a really good starting position now. Like we were saying, speaking to Kasper Schurmans, he's done no testing in between the likes of Valencia and now here in Italy. He's not driven a kart at all because he's had exams and everything on that nature. So the fact that he's just been able to jump from one circuit straight away to this circuit with no testing and finding himself on those third row of the grid, we'll wait and see, as finally it is time. KZ2 is lights out and fight is on in KZ2, down and towards turn number 1, and once again Maxim Orlov nails the start. He cannot be beaten from the rest of the drivers in towards turn number 1, and now it is wheel to wheel for second place. Marcus Kayak holds on to it, but there's two Sony karts into each other, and that's absolute disaster for the 303 of Kasper Schurmans. As I said, no testing in between now from Valencia, and he's out of the race, and he says thumbs up to his teammate saying, what was that? Why did you do it? But it's done, and he's out, and his hopes of a European title have diminished as well. But eyes at the front, there's a 4-car breakaway at the front, and at the moment it's led by, once again, Maxim Orlov.
That drama with Schulmans, they're not sure just yet if that was with Schleimer or Dion van Verven, but Casper Schulman said to me off of camera before his interview earlier on that he had had drama with his teammate already, so maybe that signalling at the side of the track, maybe it was Dion van Verven, because they had words previously this weekend. Orlov leads the way, just under 0.6 of a second clear from the rest of the field. When Kayak just got it wrong at the start of things and curved across the track, lost position, it did give Orlov that breathing space, but Kayak has got himself back into second position ahead of Samuele Leopardi. There we go, Orlov, fastest driver out there. Of course, he's got no traffic around him. He's not battling like the drivers on your screen, the likes of Rousseau and Van Verven are. Going into turn number 5, these drivers really heading into it, getting the car stopped abruptly as they meet the white line.
Dear.
As we've got drama at the back of the order. That's, I think, 3-3-1 heading out to turn number 5.
Michael Paparo on that monster kart machinery. Unfortunately, that looked like a tyre failure there. The rear tyre, I think, has gone flat for him, and that is a huge shame. Of course, if you do run off the track here, there's a lot of stones, a lot of debris that could cause a puncture very easily. If, of course, he's gone wheel to wheel with anything and he's popped the bead on the tyre, that could also cause drama. This one here, though, Dion van Verven, Maddox Clivan, this is the fight for P5 right now, which is holding off the rest of the 36 car field, just behind it, which has got the likes of Dominic Simic, Samuel Luye, Jean Luye as well there, Yanis Avica, Topulain, Kavalkin and Goldstein there as well in that fight. But crucially, we'll keep an eye on this one as the top 4 have broken away. Corentin Rousseau checks over the shoulder, didn't see anyone there, but he not noticed that he's gone to the other side of the track. Dig Maddox Grivan, but no, stays behind, and now the overtake's happening in the background there as well, because that is Yanis Avico getting it done on Jean Luye, and that puts him down to 10th place, and Savico up now inside the top 10 into P9. I stay focused on this one. That first little attempt has kept the pack nice and close to each other, but crucially, the drivers ahead have broken away. Schleimer is under investigation. The driver of the 308, Maximilian Schleimer, potentially for causing a collision. That with his teammate of Casper Schulmans. Goldstein to the inside of turn 1.
Ellie Goldstein then aggressive into turn number 1 on Poo Lane, gets himself up the order back into 11th position where he first started. Out of turn number 2, down towards turn number 3. This pack of karts has got the likes of Youngling is in there, of course, as well. Dion van Verven is leading. That is for that 5th position, as Maximilian Schleimer, your driver under investigation, goes fastest down there in 18th position. But the way he's tumbled down the order, I'm going to probably call it that it was him that caused that problem with Schulmans. It wasn't Van Verven. Eyes back on the front of your field, though. This is the battle between Leopardi and Rousseau for that 3rd position. 2/10 splits up those drivers who are heading out of turn number 9. Kayak is sat in front of them, has got a bit of a gap, is just under 0.6 of a second, but the gap to your race leader, the driver that's wearing that gold crown this year, is 1.4 seconds as we've got battles going on into turn number 1. That's Scriven trying to have a look at Dion van Verven, gets it wrong, has to defend into turn number 2, which backs up the rest of the pack. That brings in the likes of Dominic Simek, Luye and Savico in there as well. That's all between 7th and about 10th place.
That was on the fastest part of the circuit there, and that was an attempt, 2 attempts to try and get down the inside of turn number 1. I'd like to see that one back, because that was at 150 kilometers an hour into turn 1. Maddox Grivan trying to get that move done. Unfortunately, he's lost out loads of places there. This was Dion van Verven. Okay, so watch them here. Turns into the corner, sees the kayaks there, and then has to rethink about it. Lost all of that momentum. Then the train just came through. Very dramatic there, right at the sharp end. But this one here, Corentin Rousseau and Samuele Leopardi, 3rd and 4th place, very close to each other, are closing in on Marcus Kayak. Are we going to see a fight for the race leaders? Whoa, blimey, this is all kicking off here. Goldstein in the middle of that fight there. Pulain, Kavalkin, Youngling trying to go through it. Youngling down the inside. We cut back to this fight here now at the sharp end of this one. This is still Rousseau and Leopardi. Back to that group behind as well. It's all kicking off here, Nicole, in multiple parts of the lap.
And we've not mentioned Anatoly Kavalkin too much this weekend, but now he's a big mover within the field, has jumped up by 6 positions, and is your driver chasing around Timo Youngling. battle going on though once more into turn number 5. Arthur Poulain just getting it wrong, having to go wide, loses out position. Has that given the gap, given that place to Timo Youngling? Yes, it has. Youngling then jumps in front of him. Scrivan under pressure once more for that 8th place. They go through this really fast, bumpy section of bends and moves going on into turn number 9. That was ambitious going through turn number 5 as we've got drama out there onto the grass. Van Verven, after all of that drama, all of those elbows out moments that caused penalties, Dion Van Verven now finds himself out of the race.
Another CPB Sport driver being eliminated from the race, and that is drama at its finest for the French team, but it still continues on this race. Orlov continues to set the fastest laps of the race. He is now leading by over 2 seconds from Marcus Kayak in P2. But Kayak is losing time to Leopardi and Rousseau as I stay focused on this one. The fight is still happening in the background. Jean-Louis still going wheel to wheel with Yelis Savico. That is right ahead of the likes of Eli Goldstein, who was right there on that TV car machine, who was trying to close in on this one. Maddox Scrivan, who was fighting at the sharp end of that field, now finds himself behind this battle. Oh, big hit into the rear bumper there. Goldstein with a robust pass there at turn number 9, but gets the move done and gets up now into 8th place. I don't think Jean-Louis will be too pleased with that one, but he gets the move done. Youngling now on the attack on the back of Scrivan, but he's not found his way through yet at turn number 2. Stays behind as this race continues. Halfway point of the race now, Nicole. This was the moment where it really started to kick off for Masters.
Absolutely. Youngling looking fiery there, just outside of the top 10, sat there in 11th, hustling Scrivan for that 10th place. And he is your driver that has been quick. He has had potential, but he hasn't been able to break through this weekend. He's had a bit of an average showing of things, but looking quicker there now, sat in 11th. Eyes and ears back on though for this battle for 3rd position. Leopardi and Rousseau still going at it through turn number 9, but no real changes in pace between the two. Of course, your driver behind of Rousseau is going to be in that dirtier air. It's going to be hard for him to overtake, but Leopardi is more than aware he is right there on that back bumper. Into turn number 2, this is a difficult point of the track for these drivers. They need to get the balance of speed correct so that they can get the run off the line, because your run into turn number 5 is really determined from your exit through 2, 3, meeting the white line at 4th, and then heading down the fastest part of the section of the track of 145 kilometers an hour, where they are going right now. Into turn number 5 they go. Different lines being approached by these drivers, some deciding to V the corner off a little bit more, getting more rev out of the engine. You know, they select that bottom gear at the very last moment before they go through that acceleration phase. It does help them, especially when going through this tight and twisty section of turns before the final bit of turn number 9. Rousseau still sat there in 4th position. No pace gain by Leopardi, as now Eli Goldstein, the 333, who we saw bump into the back of the driver that he overtake of Jean Loyer into turn number 9, is being looked at by our team. Dominic Simek, this is a race replay. This is a moment into turn number 9 that he gets pushed out wide and loses a smattering of positions.
Well, no, that's the moment for Dion Van Verven, and then it was there in towards that final chicane, went wheel to wheel, one of the IPKs there. I think that may have been Maddox Scrivan, who was already on the recovery drive at that point, and yeah, unfortunately Scrivan tumbled down the order there as well. So for Dion Van Verven, his eyes on this one. That's an almighty send for Colin Tom Rousseau down at turn number 9 on the likes of Samuele Leopardi, and he's got that move done seemingly out of nowhere. He was fed up of losing touch of Kayak, who was breaking away in 2nd place, and that puts Rousseau on the podium here in Italy, and that could be the most important overtake of that race. Here it is again, down the inside. Oh, I don't think he meant to do it, if I'm brutally honest. The door closed, but he kept his nose in there. That could have been a lot worse by the end of that one. That, I'll tell you what, fair play.
That was bravery on 4 wheels, I would say. Good job not to panic when going through that. Held onto the wheel, did Rousseau, and, you know, did make it stick, and neither drivers lost out too majorly, but now Rousseau, for that through turn number 5, is under investigation. You know, I would say a penalty could be applied for that ambitious overtake. Goldstein is now your driver on the screen that is continuing to push despite the fact that he is under investigation as well. Replicates what Rousseau just did slightly, but did it in a more clean way. Gets himself into 7th position.
Did look a little bit more controlled there under braking in towards turn 5, but Goldstein again on the charge through, getting past Savico and up into 7th place. So eyes on this one as they progress on. We're on lap 12 right now of 18. Here is the moment right at the start of the race again. This is the two Sodis colliding with each other. Yeah, oh dear. Yeah, and that was just literally Schleimer onto the back of Casper Schurmans, and Schurmans unfortunately right at the start out of the race. I think maybe was assisted from the drivers behind. You know, Max Gremmer was right there. It was a very congested part of the track.
It's a domino effect.
Yeah, it is a little bit. And for Dion van Verven, he was very lucky to actually avoid that incident, only to later come to blows at turn number 9. So that is a big shame for him there. There is Goldstein once more on the charge. Next target, Dominic Simek. Can he get that one done? Well, Simek goes defensive almost immediately on that one. But no overtake between the two of them yet. There's a looking virtual championship. Maxim Orlov at the moment, maximum points. Even as well, that cheeky extra point for the fastest lap in the final. He's got 201 points to his name going into that final round. I don't think he'll be beaten, but down the inside, oh my, that was a close attempt there from Goldstein on Dominic Simek, but not close enough, said Simek, and he stays in ahead of him in P6 as they continue their charge in this race. Lap number 14, we're on of 18. Time very quickly running out, but for your front 4, they remain as so. Maxim Orlov, Marcus Kayak, Conaton Rousseau, and Samuele Leopardi.
Goldstein on your screen there, still sat in 7th, like you just said, Anthony, through turn number 5. He did kind of say, I'll have a look, but it wasn't quite enough as we got a battle once more for that 3rd position. This is Rousseau and Leopardi going at it once again. Is Leopardi actually going to try and get Rousseau back again, get his own back for that overtake made in through turn number 5? Because it was ambitious, it was a bit aggressive and a bit uncontrolled. So watch Leopardi, they head through that final sector. The gap is being reduced again and again. The gap between 2nd and 1st though, between Orlov and Kayak, is now 6.7 seconds on our timing screens. Rousseau now under investigation once more, the 340, for causing a potential collision. Goes out of turn number 2. It's still line of stern for those drivers as we've got more drama out for some of those. That is a driver out there coming into the pit lane.
Jaden Teen, unfortunately, becoming the latest retirement of many in that one. So, yeah, Jaden Teen going no further in this race, which is a big shame for him on that one. As I say, I'm looking out the commentary box window. I'm seeing the size of the lead that Maxim Orlov has got here. 7.1 seconds. That is absolutely astonishing performance as Goldstein again continues to try and pile on that pressure to Dominic Simek just ahead. Tries again at turn 9, and I think this time may have got it done. Slams it all closed on the exit through the chicane. I think lost a lot of time on that one, but now Dominic Simek will have the likes of Yanis Avico trying to get a move down the inside, but no, not close enough this time at turn number 1. Thinks against it. But Goldstein there, I think, probably felt like it was being held up for quite some time, which is why he was getting a little bit frustrated with trying to get that overtake done, but has done just that in this phase of the race. Time quickly running out, 2 laps to go in this race. Orlov continuing to hold up. Tigran Benatian and Alessa Piccini here, Nicole. Both of them 10 places gained in this race, 13th and 14th place. They're having a really good little fight there through the field. That was the overtake there. Timo Jungling and Jean-Louis fighting away still as well, just behind the likes of Savico and Simek. But still, there are some big movers throughout this race from the back of the grid.
There absolutely are, and with those 7 retirements going out as well, those drivers that were starting right at the front, Van Verven and Schurmans, that's helped those big movers achieve that. Of course, the Sodis have actually had a very, difficult race. You've got Orlov that's leading by now 9 seconds, but you've got 3 retirements for 3 of their drivers, Schurmans, Schleimer, and Teen, Dion van Verven and Schurman. So very different stuff for the Sodis. Timo Jungling is their next biggest hopeful, sat in 9th place. So big contrast for their results for this final.
Yeah, it certainly is. Right, with this dying stage of the race then, it's all down to just 3 drivers in this fight, as you can still see those battles raging on in the background. Skrivan trying to get involved. That's for 11th place still in this fight, but it just showcases how he was fighting so well at the sharp end in the beginning stages of this race, and now it's just not gone his way now at this point. Tom Dussel with the moments here. Oh, this was down in towards turn number 2. Oh, blimey, that's how it can go wrong very quickly, and amazingly just keeps it on the circuit. But for Tom Dussel, losing out on a fair few places there and tumbling down all the way to 29th place as off the track. Oh no, it's Corentin Rousseau from 3rd place. He's out of podium contention and he's furious. Oh my goodness, Corentin Rousseau at turn number 2. You can understand the frustration from the Frenchman. He was battling with the Italian Samuele Leopardi, and was there drama between the two of them? Did the two collide? We were watching a replay of Tom Dussel at the very same corner where he'd made a mistake. What happened there between those two drivers? And Samuele Leopardi now stands on that 3rd spot of the podium. The last lap board is out. Oh, Goldstein's off now as well. Goldstein is out. Eli Goldstein goes no further. He's joined as well with another that as well. Who is that? Is Samuel Huye. Samuel Huye screaming at him. Oh, boys, keep it civil. Keep it civil out there. I know it's hot, but my goodness, what drama at the end. Both of them had pushed through the field. You can see the Goldstein's on the inside. Something tells me he's trying to go for a lunge there, all seemingly unaware of everything that's happened around him. It's the man on your screen here, Maxim Orlov, who is clear by, I can't believe I'm going to say this, 11.6 seconds clear from 2nd place Marcus Kayak. For CPB Sport, they go to Germany with a driver seemingly undefeated. Maxim Orlov wins in Sarno in amazing fashion. Clear by a staggering, wait for it, 2nd place hasn't even crossed the line yet. We're still waiting. There he is across the line. Marcus Kayak, some 12 seconds further down the road. Samuele Leopardi finishes in 3rd place. But what happened between Samuele Leopardi and Corentin Rousseau? What happened? All the drama ensued in those last laps as the marbles being picked up now for the drivers. They'll try and carry as much weight as they can. Yenis Avico saying congratulations, but my goodness, Maxim Orlov, well, what can we say? Absolutely unstoppable in 2025, 201 points. He will go to Mulsanne with one job to do, and that is enjoy the weekend and celebrate in style. Can he get a perfect season in 2025? Can he go to the World Championships at the end of the season at Franciacorta and continue that winning streak? There is a look at your final classification at the end of KZ2. Maxim Orlov from Marcus Kayak, Samuele Leopardi from Dominic Simek, Yenis Avico from Timo Youngling, Jean Leyer from Maddox Grivan, Arthur Poulain and Tigran Manatian round out the top 10. 11th place sees Anatoly Kavalkin out of Jay Irwin with a 14th place gain. Bonatian with a 13th place gain as well. Alessio Pacini, 11 places gain, finishes in P13 ahead of Jörg Valtinen's 4 places gain. Maximilian Schleimer rounds out the top 15. Kian Farden and Andrea Dale, 12 and 14 places gained apiece. So then you go to your biggest mover in that race, in the form of Noah Wolf, 17 places gained to finish in P18. Martin Rittinen and Lewis Speck, Jesper Scheuberg in 21st place from Paavo Tontieri, Matis Bruges from Albert Timmersvaara, Hugo Masson and Tom Dussel round out the 26 carts that finished that race. 10 retirements in total. Samuel Huye, Eli Goldstein, Corentin Rousseau, Jaden Teen, Eric Holm, Dion Van Verben, Alejandro Leoth, Michael Paparo, Casper Schormans and Leonardo Bonomo all not making it to the end of the race. That man there, though, made it to the end of the race. but not only that, was clear by over 12 full seconds from second place out on track. He could get a nose cone now, he could get another penalty, he'd still be clear by 2 seconds from the rest of the field, but that won't be the case. A lights to flag finish once again for Maxim Orlov as he heads to Germany to the Mulsanne circuit for the final round of the MondoCar.com FIA Karting European Championship as the championship leader with 201 points to his name. Marcus Kayak with 126 ahead of Kasper Schulmans. That fight is still on for the last 2 spots as well. Tigran Banatian in P4. Tom Rousseau from Maximilian Schleimer. Samuele Leopardi and Eli Goldstein. Yuval Valtonen and Dominic Simek round out the top 10 in the championship standings. You can see how close it is there still within that top 5 or so places for the drivers. Tom Rousseau, Schleimer and Leopardi very close in the points there. And for these drivers, one more round to go in Germany at another brand new circuit on the calendar in 2025. Celebrations around. CPB Sport can celebrate. They've got their driver on the top step of their podium. They're going to be happy with that one, will the Sodi team. Dominic Simek, as well as sits there in P4, I think was just being congratulated. I think he might have found himself up to third, but that's only speculation, of course. I don't actually know the full results of that one. Nose cones, of course, will be checked, of course, at the end of that one. I can imagine for Orlov and Kayak, they're absolutely fine. For Samuele Leopardi, unsure what happened between himself and Tom Rousseau. No idea about the dramas, but there, wow, what can we say? Maxim Orlov lifts his cards onto the trolley at the end of the weekend. A perfect weekend. And you can imagine for the entirety of the team, they'll be delighted. Florent Bazzali on there from the Sodi CPB Sport team, congratulating his pilot at the end of an absolutely superb weekend of racing. Here's how it all transpired then in the highlights. Initially, race start, no drama. Once again, the busiest grid we've seen at full capacity. 36 car field in KZ2 in the final. Heading down in towards turn 1. No one could beat the reaction times, the skill and the dedication from Maxim Orlov, who gets to the lead, holds on to it, and just drove away from the rest of the field with a gap of 12 seconds. And you could already see it right at the start, but drama did unfold for the rest of the CPB Sport team. 2 of their drivers off the circuit, in fact 3 of their drivers off the circuit right at the beginning of that one. And unfortunately for Kasper Schulmans and Maximilian Schleimer, out of the race. You can see Dion van Verven, rule number 1, don't hit your teammate. I think rule number 2 is don't hit 2 of your teammates at the same time. And yeah, you can imagine a pretty firm reaction from Kasper Schulmans there at the end of that one. Drama ensuing right at the beginning of that one. That was Jesper Scheuberg seemingly driving off the circuit. The same as well, drama for Michael Paparo. A rear flat tyre, I believe, for the ASD Monster K factory team driver out of the race in the early stages of that one. Race still going on. Dion van Verven and Melik Skrivan battling away. That was Yanis Savico getting those early moves done on Jean Louis. Then there was the moment further back in the field. Again, dramas for the likes of Jesper Scheuberg battling away at the back of the field. Eli Goldstein with a big send down the inside. We spoke about him in the early stages of that race, saying, you know, he could be one of our sort of, not wild cards, but rogue entries that could possibly stand on the podium. That was that moment there. Wow, blimey me. That was very, very dicey there between Dion van Verven and Melik Skrivan right at the start of this one. That puts Skrivan back into the field. And yeah, that is an unfortunate one there for them. Well, the fight went on all the way to the end. You could see everyone trying to throw up the hand signals and saying what they want to do up the pool lane in the middle of that one. Had drivers gaining places all around him. Unfortunately, he wasn't one of them. He stayed in his position. Van Verven, though, once again colliding with Melik Skrivan, this time with the exit of turn number 9 and into that final chicane. The two go wheel to wheel, run out of space, and unfortunately put Dion van Verven out of the race on that latter stage of it. Then you had the dramas. Eli Goldstein getting through on Jean Louis. They would later tangle, and by that while Samuel Louis would be that driver who would tangle with. and the other of the Luyes falling down at the end of that field. This was the rest of those overtakes again down the inside. Yanis Avico pushing his way through the field. But we'll leave you with these highlights as we'll head down to Parc Fermé over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, thank you very much. And we're walking to the KZ2 podium with none other than Maxim Orlov. Maxim, I'm just going to say like two very quick things to you. 12 seconds.
Yeah, amazing final for me. Leading like from the start, so yeah, I just pushed and did my best actually. Yeah, I was so surprised that I looked back and I didn't see nobody actually. Yeah, 12 seconds, yeah, it's a lot. But yeah, I think we managed. We managed to win. Yeah, but we was so good with the settings, I think. That's why we was so quick in the end as well. Yeah, so I just want to say thanks to my team, SPB Sport and Sodi, and my engine tuner, Sani. It was amazing. Thank you, guys.
Maxim, I think you did more than just manage to win. You showed everybody here this weekend that you can't be touched. We saw that from you in Valencia. We've seen it from you here in Sarno. Looking forward to the last round. Is it going to be the same case again?
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, we will go to Milson anyway with the maximum. Yeah, we will not give up. So yeah, we will see.
We will see indeed. Congratulations, Maxim. The next driver on your podium is Marcus Kayak to my left. Marcus, great result for you. Are you happy with the P2?
I'm happy with the P2, but I'm not happy with the gap I lost to Max. But anyway, really good job from him. Crazy fast in the final, and but yeah, I'm happy.
And actually that gap to Maxim, 12 seconds, you know, that's a lot of time over the course of the race. What actually opened that up in your eyes? Did you start to get tired? Was it the kart?
No, I was hoping I could do something in the first 3 laps, but I ended up over pushing the tire and the pace dropped quite a lot. But yeah, it's like this.
Well, congratulations. You'll be taking a trophy home with you this weekend. Marcus, well done. We've then got Samuele on the podium as well. Samuele, good result, 3rd position, but it was dramatic in those late stages. Can you tell me about what was going on in front of you?
Yeah, we had a little problem with the grip in the track, so I had to manage. It was very slippery, the track, but it's my first podium at a FIA race, and I'm really excited for this.
Well, there's a lot to be happy about, especially at a competition, you know, so big. You have so many drivers in your grid. Looking forward to Molson then, Samuele. What's the mindset like?
Yeah, it's all the weekend that I'm fighting for the first lines on the front row at the KZ European. So it was a great weekend, always fighting. But I think it's a great result for me.
And a question about your race winner then of Maxim Orlov, won by 12 seconds. You were in the battles. You know, do you think at Molson any of you have the chance to catch up to him, or you know, is he too far ahead now?
When I was focusing on driving and taking the Marcus Kayak, that was the second, but Orlov was really distant from me, so I couldn't take it.
We'll keep walking towards the podium then, Samuele, because you'll be on there very shortly. The work that's been put in for you this weekend from the Birol Art team, who in particular has really helped you to push forward?
Yeah, it has been done a lot of work with the team, with Birol, and also with the K25. So really excited for the result.
And you said, obviously, first FIA podium for you. The work that's been put into that, what have you done differently this year to help you achieve a result like that?
Just working with the team, finding the best setup, and with K25 for the best setup of the engine, and nothing more.
And the enjoyment then out of that race, although it was difficult, you know, with the track conditions, with the temperature, did you enjoy it?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I really like the summer. I really like when it's so hot. So a lot of work done.
Well, congratulations on a podium. We'll pass over to Anthony Jordan then, because he is going to introduce our 3 KZ2 drivers onto the top steps.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed. After, I'd say, a little bit of a calmer KZ2 final there, we still have our top three, and we will start with third place. Please welcome onto the podium, Samuele Leopardi. A superb drive for Samuele at the end of that one. A dramatic end to the final, but still finding himself on the podium. In second position in KZ2 for the Formula K team, it's Marcus Kayak. Again, Marcus having a brilliant start to his season with one more round to go in Germany. We will look forward to seeing that one. And then clear by 12 full seconds in the end of that race. Welcome onto the podium for CPB Sport. It's Maxim Orlov. A dominant drive for Maxim across the course of the 2025 season. And finally, please welcome onto the podium CPB Sport with Florian Bisaglio. Again, a fabulous work from the CPB Sport team with the Sony equipment using in the 2025 season. A brilliant end to their final. Well, we'd now like to welcome onto the podiums as well to present the winners' trophies. Firstly, starting with third position, Rosario Sorrentino, head of organisation, to present it to Italy's Samuele Leopardi. Great work for the Birol team over the course of the weekend. Once again, we'll welcome Rosario Sorrentino back onto the podium to present the second place trophy, heading to Estonia's Marcus Kayak. Again, great work for Kayak over the course of this 2025 season. And please welcome Giuseppe Sorrentino, the CEO of the Circuito Internazionale Napoli, to present the winner's trophy, heading once again in 2025 to Maxim Orlov. And most importantly, at the end, please welcome the manager of Mondo Cup Racing, Mattia Calda, to present the team's trophy, heading also once again to CPB Sport and to Florian Bisaglio. Fabulous work from the teams over the course of this season. But like we say, still one more round to go when we head to the Mulsanne circuit in Germany. Well, we'll now present the drivers with the reefs, of course. A brilliant end to their racing. They can now relax a little bit in the sunshine here in Napoli with their racing done. But still the KZ final still left to go. And of course, with these drivers, we'll get those last few photos for the world's media. Maxim Orlov collecting that beautiful reef ahead as he heads to Germany, undefeated in the KZ2 category. Drivers, lift those trophies nice and high up in the air, as high as you can go. Nice big smiles for all the world's media out there. A brilliant end to your weekend, and a big round of applause for your KZ2 finalists here in Sarno. We'd now like to get everyone on the top step of that podium as well. If we get in nice and close, all squeeze in as close as we can. Nice big smiles for everyone out there as well. With, like we're saying, one more final to go. We will see the premier class of KZ Racing heading out onto the circuit next. But for now, we can rejoice and celebrate with your top three in KZ2. Finally, for the last time, we get the bottles of champagne onto the podium for the drivers. Anyone in nice clothing, probably best to duck and cover at this point. Boys, it's been a long weekend, but are we ready? Are we steady with the bottles of champagne? 3, 2, 1, let it rip! What a brilliant end to KZ2. They can go to Germany with a fight on their hands, but the racing is not done yet. One more race to go as we head back to track for KZ. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 2 finals down, 1 to go, and it's the Premier class heading out onto the circuit next. KZ with the 17 drivers ready to do battle in this ultimate category of gearbox racing here. Final 18 laps, 30-kilometer race distance, and it all falls down. Can anyone beat the man that has been dominating the course of the racing this weekend for France, Matteo Spergel? Oh, here's the ultimate question. Nicole Sutherland back in the commentary box with me. This is going to be... I don't know what to point on this one, because Spergel's been dominant in all of these races, just like we've seen in all of in that. Is he going to continue that trend, or is he going to be, oh, let's see what happens, because he's got Hiltbrand around him, Palomba, Denner. It's all, the fight is still on.
Well, I think he's more than capable. He's not cracked under the pressure this weekend so far. He's kept it together, but he's surrounded by some big talents, and he was challenged yesterday in the Super Heat by Pedro Hiltbrand, who took that 4.2 second win. He's got Giuseppe Palomba, our 2024 world champion, starting right behind him. Then you've got Emilian Denner, who was just outside the top 10 in Valencia, but still a very strong driver in that front 2 row as well. These are, you know, karting's most elite, so I wouldn't count out any of the drivers in that midfield section as well. This is going to be busy, it's going to be full on, it's going to be frantic, I would say. These drivers have all demonstrated some exceptional racecraft for all of the years that they have been racing. Some more insight then, Anthony, into our KZ category.
Indeed. Drivers aged 15 years plus into this class. 22 drivers did enter into the weekend, only 17 racing in this final from 8 different nationalities from around the globe. This, of course, an experimental class in this one. They do get the 125cc 6-speed 2-stroke engine, still outputting 50 brake horsepower. The minimum weight, of course, is less, 170 kilos. That is kart and driver included. The only difference between this and KZ2 is they can do little things to the karts that you wouldn't be able to usually do in a closed category. Tyres still the same though. Dunlop DHH tyres being used this weekend. No wets in sight. Still the 1.5 sets for the qualifying heats. The full set once again for the final that I'll be using. To put into context, I got reports this weekend. I haven't had the time to go down into the paddock. I've been quite busy, but I've been hearing reports that, you know, the Sony team have been developing what they can in this one, and I've got an extra little radiator underneath the seat of the kart, so to get the extra airflow from underneath to help cool the engines down. I've only heard rumours of that. I've not seen it. Hopefully, if we can get our cameraman down there to have a look at a Sony kart and see if you can spot a radiator underneath the seat. Let's see. The drivers making their way out onto the circuit. We will see what is going to be happening over the course of this one, because like we say, one more race to go, Nicole, and it's down to those KZs.
Absolutely, and there's so much grip out there on the circuit, so expect that to play into things for these drivers. If they hit a little bit of wrong grip, you know, start hopping around the circuit, they're going to leave themselves vulnerable. But I would say, you know, within the KZ race, this start is going to be what determines things. That race to turn number 1 and turn number 2, I think that's going to be a spanner in the works. Expect some busy stuff.
To put into context about how much grip there is out there, I did hear reports from drivers saying that, oh yeah, I went out in the morning warm-up, I went into a corner, I turned and it went on 2 wheels, there was so much grip, then it landed again. That just showcases how warm and all the rubber that is down there. There, once again, the band playing the fabulous tunes over the course of this weekend. The seated is Sarno, who have been playing the national anthems and the hyping music for the drivers to walk out onto the track to. Can stress, still 34 degrees out there. Mighty, mighty hot. It's not going to get any cooler for the drivers. Like I say, that sun's still beating down on the grid of 17 as the drivers wave to the grandstand. The grandstand, I will say, it's filled up nicely there with people wanting to watch along to this final.
Shading from the sun.
Shading from the sun, I think is a good way of doing it. Pedro Hiltbrand there on your screen. Current championship leader going into this one. 144 points to his name. However, Matteo Spergel, who is in that fight and has closed in, has got 104, but he's still got a bit of work to do as they head to Mulsanne for that final round. But the fight at this moment isn't over yet.
Absolutely not. Don't count out any names. You've got the likes of Seneval Walchstein starting alongside Victor Gustafsson. Both of those drivers have had some drama, have had DNFs, but I think are more than capable of plucking their way through the field. Where they're benefited with this is, you know, it's a slightly smaller grid, but it's going to be busy, it's going to be hectic, it's it's going to be full on.
It certainly is indeed. And once more, as we always do, we always like to enjoy the national anthem at the start of the weekend, so we'll pray silence for that now. Big round of applause for your finalists in KZ, who are now about to receive their medals. So making it into this final, of course, full capacity grid would get you to 36, but of course only the 17 racing into this final. And once again, Matteo Cauda, manager of Mondo Kart Racing, is down there to present some of the medals to the drivers. We'll be starting this one right at the sharp end of the field for this one. Matteo Spagel, who's been really working hard throughout this one, is going to be joined alongside Pedro Hiltbrand, the dominant force at the Valencia circuit in Spain, has continued that trend there. Christian Batuca, we caught up with him yesterday on one of the FIA Karting Instagram lives. You can check those out as well over the course of this weekend. Nice little chat for him there as well, just getting his medal. Danilo Albanese, Tom Luye as well, the Tony Kart team have been working hard over this one, but have been struggling. Francesco Salenta there as well. There you can see Giuseppe Sorrentino as well, CEO of the International Circuit of Naples, presenting the medals to the drivers. Just mind those brollies there. I know it's bright, but yes, maybe have to duck down just that little bit. But no, brilliant stuff for these drivers at the end of this one there. Senneman Walstein as well. He's had a really tough weekend on this one. He'll be starting a little further back than I think he would like, but it has been a driver who's been pushing through the order in this field quite considerably over previous weekends of racing as well, of course, over the course of this weekend. Victor Gustafsson also has been having some pretty tough racing, finding himself a little further down in the order than I think he would like. Daniel Vasile, Jean Nimmerlon, and Kramers all there as well. Quinton Vayora, also of Switzerland, is going to be a driver to keep an eye on the Drago course chassis. He'll be also a driver to watch out over the course of these racing. Only a small grid, so medals already completed. Drivers now will start to make their way down to the machinery that is already lined up, ready to go. The mechanics, I can see, are not standing by the karts. They are hidden in the shade of the timing tower down there, so understandably really showcasing how warm it is out there on the circuit. But like we say, one more race to go. You can see the beautiful sky and the beautiful backdrop here to the Sarno circuit as we are moments away from starting this final. For all of these drivers, it's a case of pushing themselves forward. For Matteo Spagel, last year's KZ2 champion in the European Series, has pushed himself throughout this year, has delivered the good results this weekend in Italy, and can he maintain that trend going into this final? That will be the ultimate question, as let's take you through the starting lineup for this race. Matteo Spagel and Pedro Hiltbrand on row number 1. Giuseppe Palomba and Emilian Denner will go from row 2 with Christian Batuca and Danilo Albanese on row number 3. Row 4 will see the likes of Tom Luye and Francisco Salenta and all Tony Kart. Row number 4, Senneman Walstein and Victor Gustafsson. They are two fantastic names in racing. Start this one on the 5th row of the grid. David Trefilov and Lorenzo Camplese go from row number 6. Daniel Vasile and Giulio Massoli go from row number 7. There are Jean Nomblot, Quinton Vayora and Mine Kramers, who will round out the 17-kart grid ahead of this final. Well, It has all fallen down to this last race here as the grandstand continues to fill up with more people wanting to view along in this one. You've got Masters drivers in there, you've got KZ2 drivers in there as well, who will be watching alongside on this one. But certainly for these drivers, everyone looks up to this field, the KZ category. All these drivers are here to really showcase what the manufacturers can do over the course of a season. They've been looking at the classes. They've seen that the Birolart machinery has been one to really focus on. They've seen that the Sodi karts have been one to look at. They've seen that the Maranellos have been one to look at. You can have a look at Giuseppe Palomba, former world champion from last year. Beautiful final that was at the circuit in Portugal, at the Portimao circuit. Certainly a very frantic one. You can see back some of the footage from that race, but I would say stay tuned with this one, because the European Championship far from over in the KZ category, as the field will head to that brand new circuit at the end of this weekend to Mosan in Germany, and that is going to be an incredibly tough one. The band makes its way off the circuit as we'll head down to the grid to Nicole Sutherland.
Down here then with Senna van Walstein, who's starting a bit further back in the field, but this is going to be a busy race. Senna, how are you going to pick your positions off?
Oh, just see how the start goes. I think it's going to be a bit of a mess. So yeah, hopefully I'm finding a way. And yeah, just push till the end. I think the speed is not really good so far. So yeah, just have to take it from the opportunities I get.
And with the racing being so busy around this circuit, which are the places on the track that you can really go for those overtakes, in your opinion?
Here actually you can go quite a lot of places, but it's also really easy to defend. So it will be difficult in the racing wise, but like first corner, second corner, end of the down straight. So yeah, let's see.
And it's 34 degrees out here. This is the stage in the weekend that the most amount of rubber is on the track. Do you find when you're going for those overtakes, the rubber throws you off at all, or is it easy to manage?
It's a bit strange with the rubber this week, but yeah, no. In the end of the day, it doesn't really make difference when you overtake.
Great to hear from you, Senna, and good luck for your final. Behind Senna, we've got David Trefilov starting. We've had success already from the Formula Ks, but David, come over just for one moment, if that's okay. 3-minute board is shortly about to go out, but heading into the final, a job to do ahead of you, some overtakes to make. You feeling confident?
Yes, as always.
Short and sweet then, good luck for the final. We'll head back up as the 3-minute board has been shown. It's our final race of today.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed. One more race to go, and it is the KZ final. 17 of the world's finest drivers ready to do battle, and here's how those driver championship standings look going into this final. It is Pedro Hiltbrand who leads that championship fight still with 144 points to his name. Giuseppe Palomba with 108 from Mateusz Bergel's 104. Still very close in the fight for those two, still as they head to that final round in Germany. Christian Batuka with 95 sits a fair few ahead of fifth in the standings, David Trefilov. Tom Luye as well, a few points further down with 59 to his name, sits P6. Victor Gustafsson with 56 is only a couple behind the Frenchman in P7. Emilian Denner only 6 points further behind that one in P8 from Daniel Vasile with his 47, and Jean Nomblat only 1 point behind Vasile with 46, rounding out the top 10 in the driver championship standings going into this final. But like you say, fight not over just yet. We still have this race to go, and of course then we have the finals and racing in Germany at that Mulsanne circuit. It is still a long way to go in the season. We'll crown a European champion next time out in Germany for these classes, but of course it's all preparation for the big game, the World Championship, going in to Franciacorta at the end of the season. There on your screen, Mateusz Bergel for Sodi Kart on the front row of the grid. The time is now. They've delivered great results over the course of the season in Valencia. They had good, strong results here in the likes of Sarno as well. They've been battling that Spaniard on that Birolart machine. Pedro Hiltbrand has been the driver so far this season to beat. So far this weekend, he has had to work a little bit harder than I think he would like, but he still starts it on the front row of the grid, and he is thinking to himself, one more time this year, he would like to listen to that fabulous Pedro song on that podium once more. For the drivers behind, though, still, this could be any one of these drivers' game. Giuseppe Palomba, Emilian Denner, Christian Batuca, Daniel Albanese. They're all still there right up that sharp end of the field. But again, we can expect to see drivers from further back. Senna van Wolstein has been a driver who has pushed through the order so far this weekend in multiple races. Has found himself in a bit of a bad spot in some times, which is why he still starts this on the 5th row of the grid. But he will have Victor Gustafsson alongside. Just to note, wind has picked up a little bit now here at the Sarno circuit, but I think for the majority of the circuit, it is still relatively sheltered down in towards the likes of turns 1 and 2, but the whistle blows and the field will slowly make its way off for their 2 formation laps. So we've got a bit of time to wait. Nicole, who joins me back in the commentary box. It continues to impress me how hot it is out there. It's a little bit biblical.
You know when you're cooking and you open an oven door and you get a big breath of hot air. When you open that commentary box door, that is exactly what happens. The conditions out there are not to be underestimating. A whopping 34 degrees out there for our drivers is unbelievable, to be honest.
It is. Again, it's certainly days like today. I'm glad I'm a commentator. So working air conditioning in the commentary box, so it's very, very nice. But for all the members of the media and everything, they've also had to work really hard. Their race control, FIA head of race control Chris Lambret, joined by Joanna Falcao and David Manchester for one last time this weekend. They will be watching all of those cameras out on circuit to see what will happen over the course of this race. Nice smiles and waves there from race control for the last time this weekend before they can have a nice little break before, of course, that final round in Mulsanne in Germany. For all these drivers now, this is just a case of get those brand new Dunlop tyres up to temperature, clean that release agent off the top of the tyre as well, because they're all a bit shiny when they come out of the packaging. Brand new tyres, they need to release that because they are far slippier than you imagine. The marshals as well this weekend. Brilliant work from the marshalling team. Despite the hot temperatures and the vast size of the circuit, they've had to run quite some distances to respond to incidences, but we couldn't thank them enough for their hard work and their dedication over the course of this weekend. But for all of them, I can imagine a nice rest is needed, and maybe a nice spritz at the end of the day as well would be delightful.
An ice bath.
An ice bath would be nice as well. Yeah, that'd be really good, actually. But actually, no, it might not be, because as soon as you get out of it, you'll be boiling hot again. So, yeah, probably wouldn't go too well with it. But, no, for all of these drivers, they've had a brilliant weekend because, again, just dealing with these hot temperatures has been the main focal point for them. I remember when you were speaking to Davide Fore yesterday after the Super Heat, how he was absolutely dripping with sweat. And when we spoke to Christian Batuca after all the racing as well, it still his last race was hours before we spoke to him, yet he was still covered in sweat. It just shows how hard it was.
Well, after that KZ2 final, I watched Samuele Leopardi come into Parc Verme and just instantly pour water over himself to try and cool down. But even when you do that, you're hot again straight away. The concentration to hold that for a race of this length, 30 kilometers around the circuit, that's an achievement in itself, to not break the concentration and to just focus on the task at hand, which for some of these drivers, the likes of Van Wolstein and Victor Gustafsson, is going to be quite a big deal. They're starting further down in the order. They're those ones that are in the most hot air. They're really, really going to have to think about it. Yeah, they certainly will do. But there you can see, again, wind definitely has picked up now in some parts of the circuit, even now towards turn number 1. And that, for many people, will be, quite literally, no, pardon the pun, a breath of fresh air, because that will cool them down quite considerably out there, including Rosa Santilio, who has also been dealing with those hot temperatures, the clerk of the course this weekend, who has been watching over the drivers over the start-finish line. Had a scary moment earlier on in one of those super heats where they had a Mach 1 liveried machinery head to the start line in the barriers at the end of one of those super heats earlier on today. You were walking down to do a Parc Verme interview, Nicole. You missed out on it, but went straight into that barrier there on the right-hand side on the start-finish line, so quite feisty. But no such things now as the drivers get themselves
formed up ready for the last race of the weekend. It's the Premier class in this one. There's your front row, Matteo Spergel and Pedro Hiltbrand on row number 1 as Pasquale Lupoli for the last time will start that lights procedure. Mike Kramers slots himself into position. He's had a torrid weekend, but he still starts this one on the back of the grid as the lights procedure gets underway. 3 red lights, 4 red lights, lights out, and fights on in KZ2, and it's a beautiful start once again for the front row of the grid, but watch out because it's gone the up and under, and can Hiltbrand get the inside line? The answer to that is yes. Spergel, for the first time this weekend, has been put down to 3rd place, and now it is Hiltbrand and Giuseppe Palomba who lead the way at the exit of turn number 3.
Wider line taken by Spergel into turn number 2 and just couldn't get the run. That's allowed Palomba and Hiltbrand through as we lose. That is Quinton Vittoria and Marin Kremers at the back of the field. Kremers has had an absolutely torrid season so far. Didn't hardly finish anything yesterday, and now once more, I don't know if he's got going, but he will be right at the back of the field as we now lose Giorgio Bassoli, the number 17 for Italy on his home soil. DNF for him out of turn number 4. Eyes on the front end of your field though. Pedro Hiltbrand, the Spaniard who won your Super Heat, who won your final at Valencia, walked into this weekend as your championship leader, is still leading the way. Battle's going on now. That's Albanese being challenged. Emilian Denner getting all involved and bringing the rest of the field really into things. You can see Victor Gustafsson just twitching out of turn number 2, and the fight is on in that second bit of your field. Pedro Hiltbrand leading the way. Fastest driver, of course, he's got that cool air in front of him, helping him to cool things down. Looks over his shoulder and sees that he has got a gap to your 2024 world champion of Palomba.
Eyes on this one then. Hiltbrand leading by 0.4 of a second from this fight here. Palomba battling away with Spergel, and Christian Batuka now there in 4th place. He would like to join his fellow teammate of Hiltbrand on the podium once again. Both of those drivers were on the podium in Valencia. But for Batuka, he has just been on the back foot this weekend since qualifying. It's got a lot of work to do in this race. Kremers under investigation for potentially causing a collision that will have seen the likes of Kremers and Quinta Vayora unfortunately out of the race. This is Mike Kremers. That is a hefty bit of damage he's got on board the front of that machinery, but crucially he has got restarted, which he was allowed to do because that incident happened on the first lap of the race. Jean Nomblot now with the fastest lap of the race as well. He's been a driver who I want to keep an eye on. Jean Nomblot, yes, okay, had the drama in qualifying, but has pushed his way forward through a lot of these races, but has just had dramas with mechanical problems, has Jean Nomblot. So he's going to be a one to keep an eye on in this final. Can that car make it to the end of the race? Eyes on this one, though. Hiltbrand is doing what we saw in KZ2 from Maxim Orlov, is slowly starting to break away as Spergel is now on the charge down the inside of Giuseppe Palomba and steps up into P2.
Picks himself back up then after that poor start, does the 18-year-old from France. Heads down into turn number 2, pulling around Giuseppe Palomba and Christian Batuka there as well. Batuka, he's had a smattering of fairly average results so far this weekend, 13th, 9th, 4th, 8th, but he was on your podium at Valencia, and he is in there in that barrel, which we know has been so strong so far in 2025. The gap between Hiltbrand now and Spergel in second, 1.2 seconds clear. Here we go then, into turn number 5. Drivers, you can see, are taking slightly different lines. That could be because of the variations in the rubber and also being in the tyre tracks of the driver in front of you. Settle down, these top 2 to 4 are now. But I'd actually say Emilian Denner, by eye, is starting to close into Christian Batuka, sat there in 4th. They head out of that final sector then, out of turn number 9, that bumpy section of the track, that newer section of tarmac, and a bit of a lull lap then for our drivers. No real challenges going on just yet. This is the stage in the race, I would say. Drivers calm down before it will heat back up again very soon. Palomba still leading, still having to tighten things up from Batuka, sat there in 4th. Batuka not having a look just yet as his teammate of Hiltbrand continues to go faster and faster and sets your new fastest lap and continues on his virtual championship lead, 195 points. He leads from Matteo Spigel and Giuseppe Palomba.
I'm loving the sounds of these karts. I mean, I'm just going to take a moment when they next come back to the start-finish line. I'd say turn your TV remotes to volume high. I'm going to not say a word.
Speak?
We're not going to speak. I just want to hear these karts. A pure raw. KZ flyby is down the inside very quickly there. Batuka on the charge, but listen to this. Oh, that's such a good noise. I am a fan of that as they go through. But like you say, a big step up there for Christian Batuka. That was for third place on Palomba. And Giuseppe Palomba had that brilliant start. Now finds himself out of podium contention here in Italy. But through they go. I'm keeping an eye on this one as well. Emilian Denner and Tom Luye battling away nice and close. Tom Luye is going to look to the inside at turn number 5 and gets it done. Says thank you very much. And Emilian Denner doesn't push that one too hard.
Albanese then didn't join us in Valencia, goes down the inside, then picks up that position as well from Emilian Denner. Denner then probably sacrificed a bit of pace when he was overtaken by Luye, but Albanese did not join us in Valencia. He's joined us here in Italy, had a heat win earlier on, but he's actually looked like he's lacked a bit of pace since that stage. Heading into turn number 1, and it's getting a bit feisty now between Denner and Albanese for that 6th position, but no real change between them. And that is actually bringing Victor Gustafsson back into things as well. Hilbrand continues to push forward, 2/10 clear of the rest of the field. 58.355 is the time to beat, but it's not quite replicating what we saw yet from the KZ2 category, where Maxim Orlov won by 12 seconds, probably a bit of a record within KZ racing. Down the inside goes Victor Gustafsson. That's on Denner for that 7th position, as we've got battles now between Salento Nomblo and Daniel Vasile getting involved as well. Senna van Walstein sat in 12th place. Thought when I was talking to him on the grid with the confidence and the calm level that maybe he could do a bit more, he could thread a needle through the traffic, but he's not quite managing to achieve that for this final.
No, he's not. And there, Jean Nombler again. We've seen that time in and time out over this weekend in the KZ category. Biggest mover out on circuit, a gain of 6 places, now currently inside the top 10 in P9. Eyes still focusing on this one. Gustafsson ahead of Emilian Denner up into 7th place. And he's still pushing his way through nicely in this order. But the question still remains. Hilbrand's not going to be closed in on Spagel. The question remains is that can Christian Batuka close in on Matteo Spagel? Well, the gap is about 0.6 of a second between those two. So it's still relatively large. But we will keep a close eye on that gap as this race progresses, because I think Spagel now is just on a case where he's feeling a little bit more controlled in 2nd place. But we will keep our attention on this fight in the mid-pack here. All these drivers fighting for position, and they can see the race leaders going through. They can see Spagel. There's Batuka. He's got a good gap. You can see everyone's just in a close formation right now, but Gustafsson and Denner seems to be the closest battle out there. 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th on your screen, all fighting for position. And keep an eye on that CPB Sody Cup machine on that green helmet. Jean Nombler pushing his way through the field. He is the biggest mover. Watch him now as he attacks Emilian Denner.
Jean Nomblo had a devastation in qualifying, didn't manage to set a lap. He had devastation with mechanical failures, but now he's picking himself back up again and overtakes Denner, who's just being shuffled down the order now. Nomblo now breaks into that top 8 and is looking fiery compared to Gustafsson there as well in front. Have you spotted something, Anthony?
I have. Senna van Walstein, unfortunately, is out of the race. He is going no further. He is not clocking up on our timing screen anymore. And I believe he has pulled it into Parc Fermé. We were saying, was there drama for him? I think there might have been. And unfortunately, his wagon just not wanting to roll. Eyes on this one, though, as now Jean Nombler has got past the likes of Emilian Denner. Daniel Vasile has also got through as well. Jean Nombler is now going to try and attack the likes of Victor Gustafsson. This is for 7th place now. Gustafsson, who is still on a charge. He's gained 3 places in this one. but he might have to concede to the person who's already gained 7 places, make that 8 places. Down the inside at turn number 5, Jean Nomblot honestly seems unstoppable over this weekend. However, it's when it gets to the latter stage of the race where it all seems to fall to pieces. Eyes on this one though. Still kicking off at the moment. That is Daniel Albanese and Tom Loyer. This is the fight for 5th place. And this could be an interesting one here. Can Albanese find his way through on that factory Kart Republic machinery? He's got the factory Tony Kart just ahead that have struggled this weekend, I will say, of the Tony Kart team. They've not seen their drivers up at the sharp end. The Tony Kart drivers do see them a little further down in the order than they would like to see for the OTK group. But right now in this final, they've got one man at that sharp end in the form of Tom Loyer, who is trying to hold on to a top 5 finish here.
Absolutely is, but Albanese, then your only driver for Kart Republic within this grid this weekend, is turning up the dial, is piling on the pressure, goes down the inside at turn number 5 as Loyer looked over his shoulder, looked like he lost concentration, and that opened that gap up. It wrote Albanese an invitation to overtake, does it down the inside and gets it done. Jean Nomblot now capitalising on that loss of pace that Loyer has experienced, and he's right on his back bumper now going into turn number 9. Watch, Nomblot just looks visibly stronger, using that Sodi kart to its maximum ability. It's dancing underneath him out of turn number 9. Victor Gustafsson looking strong as well. He's trying to pace back up again to Vasile, sat there in 8th. Nomblot now down the inside of Loyer at turn number 2, gets the move done, textbook stuff. These are why your drivers are the best of your best. Nomblot, he's found that fire in his belly after a torrid weekend, but now he is breaking into that top 5 almost. Loyer just looks like the handbrake's been pulled slightly. Looks like he's suffering a bit of pace as he now is going to get overtaken again going into turn number 5. Has he maybe got a problem out there?
Well, someone who has is Emilian Denner, who has tumbled down to 14th place and is also now out of the race. He will go no further, and that is a huge shame for him. And I think he may have had drama there with Quinto Mayora, who I think had a drama out there, but I think he's got going again in this race. But they're dropping like flies, and some of them are quite big names. But this one here is going to be an important one. I called this earlier on, the battle for 2nd place. Mateusz Bagel has been caught up by Christian Batuka. This is a podium fight right here. Who could finish 2nd? Who will finish 3rd? With 4 laps to go in this race, Nicole, it is hard to choose.
Absolutely, but let's not forget Batuka already did that in Valencia, so he's more than capable now. But Spagel there has been untouchable at certain stages of this race. I think between those two, they've both got a chance. 0.6 of a second splits up the barrel from the Sodi as Albanese is heading down now and still looking racy on the back of Jean Nomblot, who has overtaken and has got into that top 5. We missed that overtake, but I'm sure it would have been ambitious. It would have been full on. Jean Nomblot still continuing to push forward, using all of that grip. He's not hopping at all out of turn number 9, where drivers have been saying it's really hard to avoid those rubbered up sections, those kind of cowpat sections that are being laid down on the tarmac. This is the battle between Victor Gustafsson and Tom Loyer going out down towards turn number 2. Loyer sacrificing a bit of speed out of turn number 2. I'd just say, after he was overtaken by Albanese earlier on, he really has dropped down the order, doesn't look as quick as he did in the early stages. Maybe it's tyre pressure, maybe he's overcooked the tyre slightly, maybe it's driver fitness, because these are long, hot races.
They are, and if I was going to put that on anything, I'd probably put it down onto temperature on the tyres. It's so hot out there. These drivers are pushing at 100%, and yeah, I just think they might be overcooking them slightly. Ooh. And speaking of overcooking it slightly, Christian Batuka out of turn 1, using all the track and a little bit more to try and close in on Spagel, and has that sealed it for Spagel? I think it might have done. This one's not over yet. Palomba has now been closing on Jean Nomblot. Can Nomblot end up inside the top 4 here? That would be an almighty achievement, and he's found the gap down the inside of Giuseppe Palomba. Palomba, last year's world champion, not fighting that one too hard, and now slotting down into P5. Jean Nomblot is on an absolute charge here, but again, this is what we saw earlier on in the weekend. he's only been plagued by mechanical gremlins that have unfortunately just kicked him out of the results after having moments like this.
He's actually never revealed to us his true pace because of those mechanical issues. We've never seen what he can actually do, but within this one, he's found another gear out there. He's now sat there in fourth, really impressive stuff, and every overtake he's done has actually been really clean, fair. He's got the kart stopped abruptly on the brakes and just pushed through on those drivers in front. Pedro Hilbrand now 5.3 seconds clear from Matteo Spigel in second position. Almost a carbon copy from what we saw from him in Valencia. Has been unchallenged throughout this race. Stellar stuff from a driver that's got so much experience, has got a shopping list of titles underneath his belt. But the question is, can he get another title this year, the European KZ Championship? He looks like he's on the track to maybe doing so. Now we've got this battle going on. That's Palomba still being pushed around by Vasile. Into turn number 5, the challenge is on, and the challenge is accepted by Vasile, who overtakes to get himself into 5th.
Yeah, that was a nice little move there. But again, I don't think that Palomba is just fighting through. And oh dear, that's a car going very slowly there. That is the number 31. That's Christian Batuka. Oh no, Christian Batuka is out of the race. And that is disaster for Christian Batuka. And oh my goodness, the Italian who was on the podium in Spain is now broken and out of the race. We are on, at this moment, lap 17. And for Christian Batuka, he coasts it back to Parc Ferme. Disaster for the young Italian.
Disaster from Batuka, but it's done amazing stuff for Jean Nomblo because that's now got him into those podium standings. The driver who didn't even set a qualifying lap is now sat there in 3rd position. 4th is Vasile. 5th, we have Palomba in that Maranello still, and Albanese is sat there in 6th as we really do head into these dying stages of the race. I'd say to me, Anthony Jordan, these positions look like they're going to pretty much be confirmed.
It will be. Last lap board comes out now to the field, and Pedro Hilbrand will be the first driver to see that one clear by 5.8 seconds from the rest of the field. Spagel now uncontested from Christian Batuka after the drama in that previous lap with his car breaking down. And now Jean Nomblo. What can we say for the driver who started this on the 8th row of the grid in P15 is now fighting for the last spot on the podium. He is clear by Daniel Vasile by well above a second between himself, so he's got a clean gap for his last spot on that podium. But for Pedro Hilbrand, what can we say about this man here? He has delivered everything he has needed to do over the course of his years of racing in KZ2 and KZ. He has delivered perfect results in the European Championships in previous years, but now the Spaniard once again can celebrate on top. It is Pedro Hilbrand for Spain in KZ across the line. He wins in Italy and he secures another massive chunk of championship points heading to Germany. Once again, it is Pedro Hilbrand on P1, and I'm sure once again he would like to listen to his favorite song. But the tones of Spain will reign supreme here in Italy. In the Premier class, Pedro Hilbrand is looking to see if he can claim what would be his first European title in KZ racing in the FIA Championships, because for him, at the next round in Germany, it is all to play for at the Mulsanne circuit. But for now, he can relax. He can confirm his posture. And I can imagine there may have been a little drama within the Birrell camp there after seeing Batuka's machine grind to a halt. But for him, he was very lucky that wagon continued to go. I can imagine everyone heading to the podium now. A fabulous end to the end of that one. Last year's European champion, of course, Lorenzo Travasanuto, not racing this weekend. but is he going to lose out on that title to that Spaniard who takes the win here? Matteo Spagel from Jean Dunlop, Daniel Basile from Giuseppe Palomba, Daniel Albanese from Tom Louier, Francisco Salenta from Mount Vesuvius, Quinton Vayora from Christian Matuka, Victor Gustafsson, David Trefilov from the rest of the field as well as they head out onto the circuit. These are all retirements. Emilian Dennis, Edmund Wallstein, Lorenzo Camplese and Giorgio Assoli, all retirements from that race. But Pedro Hiltbrand once again can celebrate on that top step. He knows what he's done. He knows what he's achieved over the course of the 2025 season. But like we say, it is not over yet. One more round to go before we head to the World Championship in Franciacorta, where we will see these drivers do battle once more over the course of this season. Pedro Hiltbrand then for the Birolot Racing Team, race winner, current championship leader, going into that final round. Still all to play for him. For everyone else, though, it is still a solid drive, and for Matteo Spurgel, with that result, bumps him up to second in the points now with 148. Definitely beatable between himself and Giuseppe Palomba. Christian Batuka from David Trefilov, Jean Nomblot from Daniel Basile, Tom Louier and Victor Gustafsson, Daniele Albanese will round out the top 10 in that intermediate classification. But as you see, definitely between the top 4, the fight is still on going into that final round in Germany. Make sure you don't miss out on that one. But don't go anywhere just yet, of course, because we will be chatting to our top 3 and we'll, of course, be celebrating the podiums for KZ, where we'll see Hiltbrand, Spagel, and the likes of Jean Nomblot on the top step of that podium. For the Birol team, it's congratulations all around, but also you can imagine a somber mood still for the team with the retirement of Christian Batuka, unfortunately, who just missed out on that podium. For the Sodi team, they'll be delighted. 2 of their drivers on the top step of the podium. They'll be delighted with that one. A brilliant drive to the end for Jean Nomblot, a 12th place gain in that final to step up onto the top step of the podium. Well, here's have a look at the highlights from that race. You can see from the word go, it was a pretty solid start for the entire field actually in towards turn 1. Nail biting it close on the word go on this one, but it would be Pedro Hiltbrand. Now with him on the outside here, you would think he would hold on to the outside line going in towards turn number 2, but no, managed to squeeze his nose down the inside at turn 2. Watch this here. Just had the drive, kept that nose clean, just forced the likes of Spurgel wide. Giuseppe Palomba able to squeeze through as well. I thought it was going to be a really, really close fight there to the end between these drivers. Drama, though, ensued right at the get-go for 2 of them. Mike Kramer's unfortunately out. Quinton Vayora as well, trying to get it restarted. Unfortunately for both of those drivers, they would end up later retiring, or Quinton Vayora still actually taking the checkered flag in that one. Other retirements, Giorgio Assoli as well. Big shame for him. He became the first official retirement from that race, with the other 2 actually continuing on at 9th and 10th. They finished in that race, so there you can see them recovering back at the start. Drivers pushing forward as quick as they can. Emilian Denner from the 2nd row of the grid, ending that race, unfortunately retiring from it, finishing in P14 out of the race, and that is a huge drama for him. Other retirements from that race as well. Christian Batuka tried to gain through that field. You can see the lunges he was doing there, one on Palomba. Tony as well with his fighting through the field. The highest ranked Tony Kart Racing Team driver ended up finishing ahead of Francisco Salenta and Mine Kramers, who finished that race still in 8th and 9th place. Gustafsson on the charge, also looking like a very competitive driver in the early stages of that race. Would later retire, however. Big shame for him, as well as the likes of Senna van Wallstein, all retirements from that race. Jean Nomblot, though, was the driver to watch throughout that race, just taking one driver after another, lap by lap. 12 places gained for the Frenchman to put himself on the podium after that breakdown from Christian Batuka. Daniel Basile also as well. A very strong performance from him. 9 places gained to finish in P4, as we saw there. Danilo Albanese getting the moves done in that latter stage of the race, still finishing where he started in P6. There is Daniel Vasile. He was following along Jean Nomblot, pushing his way forward, following the Frenchman alongside in those hands. Then the drama's here. So this was Christian Matuka actually closing in for second place on Matej Bagel. He ran off the road a little bit at turn number 1. I don't think that was the cause of the car going slowly for him. It might have been. But that was on not the engine side, that was the radiator side of the car. There you can see that's where it went slowly. Mechanical gremlins clearly for him, out of the corner. But for Pedro Hiltbrand, well, what can we say? The Spaniard, so far, has been the one to beat. He beats Bagel to the line in the most important race of the weekend. But he heads to Germany, to the Mulsanne circuit as your championship leader. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and to Nicole Sutherland.
Down here in Parc Ferme then, Pedro Hiltbrand, 2 out of 2 final wins this year.
Yeah, really happy. Again, want to say thank you to my team, Viralart, all of them, all members, to TM, Franco, they do a magnificent job. We are in a good moment, we have to prove it, so I'm really happy.
And it was the race start that confirmed it for you. You really got it right going into turn number 1. Can you tell us, about how you managed to pull that off?
Yeah, I think I did a really good start now, so Matteo obviously wants to put me on the outside, but I could overtake him onto turn 2. From there I knew I have a good pace, I just need to focus on myself, so it really came really good from first lap, so everything we managed, so happy.
Well, you've ticked Valencia off your list, you've now ticked Sarno off your list. The next one is Mulsanne. What's the game plan going into that race?
Well, for sure, we want to go there to win also the race. For sure, we need to think about the championship, not crash. But the thing is, we want to win there, so we're going to try.
Pedro, once again, congratulations. Top step of the podium for you. The next driver on our podium will be Matteo Bagel for Sodi. Matteo, good racing for you this weekend. You had some good heats. In that final, though, it looked like it was the race start that caught you out.
Yeah, of course, overall it was a really good weekend, but yeah, it was not my best start, of course. But yeah, of course, Pedro was a bit faster, so yeah, I think P2 it was the best that we could do.
And for your first year in KZ, to be achieving podiums, it's a big result, is it not?
Yeah, of course, it's a big result for me, for the team, also with Jean in the podium also, so yeah, we're really happy.
Matteo, congratulations on the pace and the result this weekend. And the next driver we're going to speak to is Jean Nomblot. Jean, you didn't set time in qualifying pretty much. You didn't get that opportunity. You then had technical failure after failure going through heats, but you were on the podium for the final.
I had 4 retirements in all race, only 1 finish in the heat. So I didn't expect that. I just go and give all. And then the life and the race do the rest, so I'm really happy.
And at that halfway point in the race, it really looked like you came alive, you picked things up. Those overtakes that you made, how did you pull them off? The one on Albanese, tell us about it.
In every driver, I feel like I'm flying over them, so I just go directly. Do not thinking about a crash or something, and just go and think about nothing. And use my entire cart at the maximum potential, and yeah.
Well, Jean, we'll continue to walk towards the podium. We won't be introducing it to you just yet, but Mulsanne is our last round. I think a lot of the drivers are really excited to hit that circuit. Do you have much experience there? Will you be testing beforehand?
I didn't went in this track in my whole life, but we are going to test in the road to Mulsanne. I think it will be fine. Yeah, we are okay with the tire. The chassis is perfect. Engine now is perfect. So.
Well, Jean, congratulations. You'll be on the podium. Anthony Jordan is ready to introduce these drivers, our KZ drivers. Congratulations to all. Anthony, over to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, we are indeed ready for the last time today in KZ. After the temperature soaring to 34 degrees, we are now ready to present the winners' trophies to our top three in the Premier Class here in Sarno. And it all starts with the man who started this race from nearly the back of the grid, gaining several places, is Sarno. So many places gained for the Frenchman, now finds himself on the third spot of the podium. In second position, after a dominant performance all weekend, does not stand on the top step, but still in a strong place, it's Matteo Spergel. And finally, your race winner, continuing the trend from Spain here in Italy, it's Pedro Hilbrand. And once more, please welcome the Birolart team onto the podium with Riccardo Longhi. We will now listen to the national anthem of Spain. Big round of applause for your finalists in KZ here in Sarno. We'd now like to welcome onto the podium to present the winners' trophy, starting with third position, the head of organisation here at the Sarno circuit. Please welcome Rosario Sorrentino to present the third place trophy to France's Jean Nomlo. Again, a superb drive for Jean after a fabulous weekend. Dramas with his card, though, but still finds himself on the podium. Once again, welcoming Rosario Sorrentino, this time to present the second place trophy, heading to Matteo Spergel. Another fabulous drive for Matteo, two of the Sony car drivers on the podium here in Italy. And finally, please welcome the CEO of the Circuito Internazionale Napoli, Giuseppe Sorrentino, to present the winners' trophy, heading to Spain's Pedro Hilbrand. Pedro Hilbrand heads to Germany as the championship leader. What can he do from there? And finally, please welcome the manager of Monokart Racing, Mattia Calda, to present the team's trophy, heading once more to Birolart and to Riccardo Longhi. Once again, brilliant work from the Birol team, creating an incredible package for their Spanish driver. Well, the reefs will come now onto the podium. The drivers will utilize those over this weekend. Hopefully they cool them down a little bit. Temperature soaring to 34 degrees for the drivers, but certainly at the end of this weekend, they can be delighted, hoping for cooler temperatures when they head to the Mulsanne circuit in Germany, a brand new circuit again for these drivers to battle over the course of the 2025 season before, of course, the World Championships in Franciacorta in Italy later on this year. Well, drivers, please do hold those trophies up as high as you can. Lift them up above the heads as high as you can go. Nice big smiles for all of the photographers out there. A brilliant end and a big round of applause for your drivers in the end of the final. And then lastly, if we get everyone to jump in nice and close on the top step of that podium, we all close in. Yeah, indeed. Giuseppe, if you want to get in front. Matteo, if you want to get in front as well. There we go. Perfect. And we'll get everyone in for one last group photo at the end of the finals here. Like we say, racing is done here now in Sarno, but it's not over yet for 2025, with 2 more major events to go. One more for the European Championship, of course, when we head to Mulsanne, and then, of course, to Franciacorta for the World Championships. We look forward to that one. Well, last few photos being made then, and then we'll present the drivers with the bottles of champagne. So for anyone who's in nice clothing and not sweaty race suits, I would suspect you'd probably want to duck and cover at this point, because now we'll get Renault from the FIA to present the drivers with their bottles of champagne. Right then, drivers, are we ready? We'll give it a bit of time for maybe everyone to clear the podium. That might have been a bit mean to them. But here we go then, drivers. Are we ready? For Pedro Hiltbrand, Matteo Spergel, and for Jean Nomblom, let it rip if they can get the corks off the bottles. There it goes. And a brilliant end to their racing here. As, like we say, one more round to go in Germany on a brand new circuit where we will see who will be crowned European champion in KZ and KZ2. For the KZ2 Masters, though, the European title is all done. Their fight is over. But of course, when we head to that last round, it's what it's all going to be playing for in Germany. But like we say, from us now here at the Sarno circuit, we're all done and dusted. From myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland. It's been a very tough weekend of racing with the heat, but it's all done now. With one more round to go, we head to the Mulsanne circuit in Germany for that final round, where we will crown those European champions in KZ and KZ2. But for right now, we'll say goodbye, and we'll let these drivers behind me celebrate in style.